Hello, everybody. Welcome to the AWAKEN Expo. We're very excited to have you here, and we're very excited that this is the first AWAKEN Expo that we are also streaming live online so that people can join us anywhere. And these will also be recorded as well. So we appreciate everyone who is here in person. The expos are free to attend. Today's events and tomorrow's events, workshops and talks, everything is free. We do appreciate donations. It does help us keep these going and keep our space and keep us here. So all donations are appreciated. For anyone that's here in person, we have donation boxes along the side. For anyone watching online, you can always go to awakenche.org and find the donation button and donate that way. We're all over social media. So enjoy the day. Welcome. And I wish you blessings, abundance, and love. Thank you. And we'll be getting started in just a couple minutes with Jen and her crystal bowls.
Have you all been to the expo before? Oh, okay. Nice. Well, thank you for coming. It's 3 times a year, March, July, and November, usually. And there's all sorts of events in this center every week. There's always something going on, and every month. Once a month, there's a cafe night where we do kind of an open mic. You can just come as you are and with your talents. It's a lot of fun. Hi. Come on in. No, you're good. We haven't started yet. We got about 5 minutes. Come on in. There's some seats up here and back there. You'll be able to hear it from wherever you're sitting, so. Hi.
Are the donations like for the whole day, or is it individual workshop? Like,
You can.
the box,
You can.
split it, like, kind of
Well, it's all to benefit the AWAKEN Center. None of it goes to the practitioners. Yeah.
I can give like a lump sum.
Yeah. Yep.
That's
Yeah. You don't have to donate per practitioner or anything. No. We appreciate your donations. Yeah. We're all here just to support the AWAKEN Center and its mission. And I've been doing that since it opened. I do work out of here sometimes and offer my healing services out of here. That there is a whole group of practitioners that works out. There's some like massage tables back here, some private healing space as well. There's group activities here throughout the month. So if you sign up on their website, awakenche.org, you'll get access to all that information. So the AWAKEN Center opened a few years ago, I think. I can't remember the exact day, but they've had the expos here for a few years. Yeah. My name's Jen Boulanger. I put some information on your chairs. If you want one, there might be extra on the little table over there, but I have extra too if you want any. That's just my private services. I am an energy worker. I do something called reconnective healing, which is a no-touch energy modality as well. And I'm doing that at the Circle of Miracles table, which is right across from the AWAKEN Center here. So I'm supporting Circle of Miracles too. That's another nonprofit organization that has another beautiful mission like the AWAKEN Center. Both wonderful communities that are aligned. They also have a ministry school as well. So welcome. So I think we'll get started. So these are 432 hertz crystal singing bowls. And the 432 hertz frequency helps promote, it lowers stress, it promotes better sleep, clearer thinking. So these are the types of things that after this healing session, try and notice how you feel later. Notice how you think, notice how you sleep, notice your stress level. Each bowl is tuned to a specific energy center of the body. So there are 7 main energy centers of the body. The root chakra, which is at the base of the spine, the sacral chakra, which is below the belly button, the solar plexus chakra, which is above the belly button, the heart chakra, which is at the heart space, the throat chakra, which is at the base of the throat, and the third eye chakra, right in the center of the forehead, and the crown chakra, which is at the top. So these are all energetic centers that we have in our bodies that correspond with the organs that are nearby those bodies. And when you're blocked, you have problems. You can have physical problems when these chakras are blocked. So this session that we're going to do now is going to help you open up those energy centers so that your energy flows more smoothly. It can help with different physical problems that you might be having in any parts of the body as well. So what I'd like to do now is invite you to just close your eyes and open yourself up to receive. Repeat to yourself quietly in your mind, I am grounded, safe, and secure. I am grounded, safe, and secure. I am grounded, safe, and secure. Imagine red energy at the base of your spine, anchoring you into the earth like deep roots. Repeat to yourself quietly in your mind, I am creative, joyful, and open to life's flow. I am creative, joyful, and open to life's flow. I am creative, joyful, and open to life's flow. See a warm orange glow just below the navel, flowing like water and encouraging creativity and pleasure. repeat to yourself quietly in your mind, I am strong, confident, and empowered. I am strong, confident, and empowered. I am strong, confident, and empowered. Picture a radiant yellow light in the stomach area, radiating outward like the sun. Repeat to yourself quietly in your mind, I am open to giving and receiving love. My heart radiates compassion, harmony, and gratitude. I am open to giving and receiving love. My heart radiates compassion, harmony, and gratitude. I am open to giving and receiving love. My heart radiates compassion, harmony, and gratitude. Feel a soothing green light expanding from the center of your chest, filling you with compassion and connection. Repeat to yourself quietly in your mind, I express my truth with clarity and grace. I express my truth with clarity and grace. I express my truth with clarity and grace. Imagine a vibrant blue light at the throat, resonating with clear, open communication and truth. Repeat to yourself quietly in your mind, I trust my intuition and inner wisdom. I trust my intuition and inner wisdom. I trust my intuition and inner wisdom. See an indigo light at the center of your forehead, like a glowing eye opening to insight and clarity. Repeat to yourself quietly in your mind, I am connected to the universe and divine wisdom. I am connected to the universe and divine wisdom. I am connected to the universe and divine wisdom. Envision a violet or white light at the crown of your head, extending upward and connecting to infinite consciousness. Repeat to yourself quietly in your mind, I am whole, aligned, and at peace. My energy flows freely, and I carry this harmony into my daily life. Take a deep breath and start to come back. Stretch if you need to. Thank you all for being here. Take a minute, take as much time as you need. Again, for those of you who came in late, my name is Jen Boulanger. I'm an energy practitioner I do private sound healings and group sound healings. And I also will be at the Circle of Miracles table today doing reconnective healings. It's a no-touch energy modality. I do tarot and oracle card readings as well. Stop by, say hi. I appreciate you being here. Enjoy the rest of the expo. There's lots to see. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi. What's your next song? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'd love to know when I can go there. Yeah. Okay. No, fine. Wait, what?
You know what? I left it at my table.
Okay.
It's right across. Let me just.
Okay, sure.
Run and grab it.
Thank you. You say the pasta then? You don't have that card?
I would do. My friend Carol used to do hip hop.
These are going to take 2 hours. So it will take 2 hours.
I want to do
I'd
that.
rather eat further than later.
No, I don't. So, okay, so we have two choices.
We get to know. Have on the last
Or I'll be like in a couple hours. We have to go to the
Is that all?
I already have.
You know where the herb?
Do you feel like making?
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to, but if you want
But are you too tired?
no, it's I'm just saying what you can do.
Oh, you just missed the play. That's all right.
I love bowls.
Yeah,
They're
they're good.
beautiful with the colors.
Yeah, thank you.
I've never seen them with the colors.
Well, each one corresponds to the chakra.
Yes, yes, yes. Wow, somebody got genius and creative.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, love it, love it, love it.
Well, next
Wow.
time. Usually I do the first one of the expo.
Oh, 11:30 today?
Yeah. Yeah.
I aimed to get here at 11:30 because I knew it was an experiential one.
Yeah.
And I got involved with phone calls. Are
Well,
you awakened?
I'm sure I'll.
I really would. I don't have it from, like, I want it.
Come in this back door, you get way up there.
Um,
The edge.
I came through like one of the side doors there.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad.
Okay, I got the thumbs up. So, hello everyone. My name is Carla Silvic, and first of all, thank you all for joining me for this fun talk on dreams, rescripting your dreams, and flipping the context and taking power. And I'll apologize quickly. Just my voice is a little congested. I was sick this past week, so my voice might not be perfect. So I apologize. But why? Thank you. That aside, my name is Carla Silvic, as I said before, and I am a professional dream worker since 2019. I'm also a member of the International Association for the Study of Dreams, and I recently had an article published in their magazine called Dreamtime, which is an awesome honor. And overall, I've just been a avid dreamer since I was a child. I've had a lot of vivid dreams. I just always remembered them. And then in my teens, I wrote them down. I kept a journal, and for many years into adulthood, and I never really knew what they meant. And these dreams would just kind of plague me and confuse me and just stick with me all the time. But I never could get to the bottom of what they meant. Until 2019, I found a course through Edgar Cayce's Association for Research and Enlightenment. And it was a 3-month intensive course. And I learned so much that it pretty much blew my perception of dreaming out of the water. So once I gained a lot of profound insights and techniques on how to work with dreams, I had a lot of my own dreams that I worked through that ended up providing a lot of deeper healing. I healed a lot of my childhood trauma through my dreams and just a lot of things that were going on in my present life at the time. And I still continue to do that. So it's a fascinating journey. I felt called and responsible to share the importance of dreams with everyone. And that's what I do. And that's why my business name is called Falling Awake, because I want everyone to fall awake to the possibility of their dreams being really important and really healing. So, about my talk today. Basically, I'd like to share with you how you can work with your nightly dreams to gain clarity and understanding in everyday life. So a lot of times my experience is that with dreams or frightening dreams like nightmares, people will come to me and one of two things will happen. They'll either be really terrified and they won't want to share their dream with me, or they'll want to overshare and they'll want to tell me all about it in a lot of detail, and I don't even get the chance to talk about it. So I'll be at an event like this. Excuse me. I'll be at an event like this and someone comes up to me and I'll ask them about their dreams, and they'll say, "Oh, you don't want to hear about my dreams. I have the craziest dreams." And of course, my first thought is, well, hey, you're going to miss out on some really big messages, some really important messages if you don't put the importance on them. So just in general, like if you're not sharing your dreams, I would say there's some downsides. And when I say sharing, I don't mean you don't have to share your dreams with someone else. You can kind of share them with yourself, acknowledge them by keeping a dream journal, writing them down, and just capturing the feelings that you have. And by doing that, you're taking your subconscious and bringing it into the conscious and kind of merging the two together. So when you're not sharing your dreams, basically you're missing out on the deeper message. You're missing out on your whole self, your whole authentic voice, your authentic higher self that's always speaking to you, always guiding you. You're invalidating your personal and possibly sacred dreams. I like to view dreams and the realm of dreaming, the subconscious, is very, very sacred. Because again, you're connecting to your higher self, which is part of a higher power or God, if you will. So you don't want to invalidate that. And then by not sharing or keeping your dreams in, you're reinforcing just the unimportance of them and keeping them stuffed in. So the opposite of that, if you're sharing, if you're open and willing to explore, you're acknowledging your higher self who's always working for you. You're validating your personal experience, your personal nightly experience, your travels, and you're reinforcing the importance and the sacredness of dreams. And that dreams aren't something that's way out there in a different realm. In fact, everything is within you. And even all the answers to your dreams are actually within. So, and here's the secret. Everybody's dreams could be seen as crazy. If I went around the room right now and asked everyone to share a snippet of their dream or some images and symbols, we'd really get to see how crazy and wild the images really are. Which that's secret number 2. That's the language of dreams. Dreams are going to speak to you in that symbolic language that's symbolic of something bigger. And when you're able to detach yourself from that weirdness, from all those emotions that arise in the dream, then you're able to really get the deeper message, what the dreams are really saying. Basically, you could work objectively with it. And then your dream symbols are unique to you. Basically, yeah, you can look up stuff in a dream dictionary. You can go on Google. You could use AI. I know that's a big thing now. But if I see angel wings, see those in the back, that might mean something completely different to me than it might to you guys. So when you see a certain symbol, a character, a location, pretty much any aspect of the dream, you'll want to ask yourself, what does that mean to me? What does that represent to me? Where have I seen this? And a lot of times, even with people in dreams, people will not be actually that person. If you see, a friend or a family member, it's generally they're representing something else. It's their traits, their behaviors, who they represented themselves as to you. Unless it's somebody that's passed on, then I like to view that as a visitation. So yeah, I like to defer people away from dream dictionaries. They're helpful, but anytime you have a symbol, you'll want to really explore it for yourself. And you could even jot down, brainstorm a list of associations with the word. So just for something to try. So for example, I have some personal examples of symbols that have recurred for me that I've worked with. So for example, I happen to be in antique shops a lot. Now, while I like antiques, I would be perplexed. Like, why am I dreaming of being in antique shops so much? Well, to me, I come to figure out that they represent something old, something from the past, but also something that's valuable, like an antique. A lot of times I see snow or I'm in a snowy environment, and I have come to figure out that for me personally means the distractions are covered up. So I have a clearer view. Everything's bright and I have a clear path. And then houses, like big, elegant houses, are another dream symbol of mine that are recurring. So I like to view houses as parts of my inner self. So different thoughts, different facets, emotions, so etc. So those are just a few of my own personal dream symbols. And as you work with them, you could kind of create your own personal dream dictionary that way. So yeah, just out of curiosity, like what are some of your guys's symbols that you see in your dreams? You could just shout them out. Tidal waves. Okay. Anybody else have a symbol that they see in their dreams a lot? Classroom, okay. Snakes, that's a good one. Breaking in, okay. Mm-hmm. Doors. Hidden doors, okay. That's a good one. Nice. Okay. So I like tidal waves just for an example. So here's another tip, another way to work with a symbol. So if I didn't know what a tidal wave was, if I were an alien and I came to this planet and you're like, oh, there was this big tidal wave, I'd be like, well, what is that? How would you explain it to me in like terms that I could understand?
Overwhelming power.
Okay, overwhelming power. And what else? Like, what does a tidal wave do? How does it act? Destructive. Okay. Yeah.
Scary.
Mm-hmm. Scary.
And something I try to get away from.
And something you try to get away from. Got it. Okay. Yeah. Impending doom, she said. Okay. Cool. So yeah, I just wanted to give that as an example of how to work with the symbol in a dream, that you could come up with those interpretations. So when you're doing that, you have to remember that every dream is a gift and every dream is a message that is attempting to show you what's hidden from conscious view. So our egos are very, very good at taking over and blocking. So, we have school, we have jobs, kids, bills, taxes, just the hustle of everyday life. And a lot of times, again, we don't put importance on dreams or dream work. So, it's when we're able to calm our minds and clear them out that we're able to open those pathways for dreaming and just getting rid of that external stimuli. So meditation, of course, is a great way to achieve that state. I'll tell people if they don't remember their dreams, if they have trouble, try to meditate during the day, definitely right before bed. You don't have to do anything long or fancy. Just try to sit and be quiet and do some deeper breathing. Listen to music, frequencies, whatever works for you. For me, a lot of times I'll just take some deep breaths right before bed. And as I exhale, I just say release, release, release. And I release everything from the day, all the things that I've done, the conversations I've had, the places I've been. And I literally picture everything draining out of my body, going into the earth and being transmuted. So that's just one way that you can prepare yourself for sleep. So when you're there and you're dreaming, yes, you might encounter those scary dreams like tidal waves, but I got some good news. The dreams aren't there to frighten you, I promise. While they feel frightening and they look frightening, they're not meant to frighten you. Every dream, no matter how unusual or scary, is there to help you. And I like to think a lot of times they're working in the background, no matter what, whether we analyze them or not. They're doing the work. The subconscious is still working, like you're still getting the message. Like they challenge us to look at them and bring our own gentleness and acknowledgement to them. So dreams aren't judgmental. Dreams aren't designed to scold you or punish you or harm you in any way. As Jeremy Taylor, another pioneer of dream work, says, all dreams come in the service of health and wholeness. So a lot of times they come when you're ready to experience them and get the message. So basically your subconscious won't give you anything that you're not ready to handle. And you might feel that way again. You might, be apt to be afraid and run away. But I assure you, they're coming at the right time to deliver a message. Your subconscious is knocking on the door saying, hey, here's this issue that you've been ignoring or that you haven't seen yet. And now you're ready to deal with it. So a few questions arise now. How do we normalize dream sharing? And how do we work with our dreams so that we better understand them? And what is re-scripting? So before I continue, I'll just pause for a moment. Is everyone following? Does anyone have any quick questions? Okay. I'll ask again at the end. So, yeah, I'll start with the last two questions first. How do we better work with our dreams to understand them? And what is re-scripting? So, re-scripting is basically where you go back into the dream and reimagine a different ending or a different part, something that you could have done differently. And I'll give an example of that. And this is basically a really cool dream that I had recently, very poignant. And I went back in the dream to create something positive in an event that seemed like it wasn't so positive. So this is the dream that I had. Oh, and two things before that. One, when you share a dream or when you write it down, try to share it or write it in first person. You want to put yourself right back into where you were. Just say, I am here, I am doing, versus I was. And then title your dream. Always give your dreams a title, as it'll capture the essence of the dream in a short bit, but then it also kind of gives like that ownership of a dream. So the title of this dream was Carrying a Baby Sea Lion. So I'm walking down a street, and it's like a big cobblestone street, and there's shops on either side. So it's kind of like an old time, like town square. And there's this waterway running to my left. And I look down and I see a baby sea lion. So I pick it up and I hold it to my chest. And I immediately feel the fur, the wet skin against my skin. I'm wearing like a tank top, I guess. It's warm out. So I carry my baby sea lion with me and continue walking. And now I see a woman, like an older lady, holding a rifle. And she's pointing this rifle at this group of people off to the side. And I'm afraid to approach this woman or walk by her because I feel like I'm in danger, that she's going to either harm me or my little baby sea lion. So I decide to kind of walk around her really quickly while keeping an eye on her, and I'm definitely feeling that nervousness. And then shortly after the dream ends. So when I woke up, I was really stuck with the feeling of the sea lion. I really worked with that a lot. And to me, the sea lion represented just playfulness and innocence. So what I really wanted to do was go back in and work with the lady. So I wanted to know who she was and why she was there. She seemed out of place. Her energy didn't fit the peacefulness of this dream. So to rescript this dream, instead of rushing past, I walked up to her and I asked her, "What are you doing here? What's going on?" And she didn't answer me right away. So I just kind of was persistent. I asked again. I said, "Why are you here? What's going on?" And while I didn't get a verbal answer, eventually what happened was she lowered the gun. And to me, in that moment, basically, I figured out that woman was representative of my mother. And symbolically, my mother went through her life holding this big, heavy rifle to protect herself when she never needed to. It wasn't necessary. And yet that's what she did. So once she lowered the gun, it was a physical, huge relief. And it was a literal weight released. And it was such a beautiful moment. And in that moment, though, I couldn't continue the visualization. I tried to imagine her being with me and the sea lion. I thought of holding it out for her, that maybe she could pet it or hold it herself. But she wasn't ready. And I knew that she wasn't ready. So when you're doing these exercises, you really have to let the dream speak to you. Trust your intuition that what you're imagining is real. And a lot of times when you do these reimaginings, rescripting, you're going to find out what's missing in waking life, or what you didn't see before. So for my mom unfortunately passed away earlier this year, and obviously I've been having a hard time with it, but I have been having a lot of dreams, a lot of communication, just a lot of just seeing her, being with her. And I really feel like these dreams are helping me connect with her and helping me almost kind of figure out who she was and like learn more about our relationship. We didn't talk a lot in waking life. So now in the dream world, I'm getting that opportunity to be with her and learn, and I'm putting pieces to a puzzle, a bigger puzzle together. And again, this dream was just an example of that. And I believe now she's having that experience. She lowered the gun. So I think wherever she is in the spirit realm, she's now having a different experience, looking back on her life, you know. So that's a possibility. Not saying it's true. And possibilities, that's important. Dreams can have multiple meanings, multiple interpretations. There isn't one answer. And when you're working with dreams, you don't want to try so hard to get to one answer, because you can really get hung up on that. So play with it, work with it. There might be multiple meanings. It might have to do with multiple aspects of your life. Just really be open to all the different possibilities, and you'll have an aha moment. I like to say, sometimes even when you're just sharing a dream out loud, talking about it, something will just come to you and you'll go, you're nodding like, yes, I know what that is. Yeah, that's it. You just get the message, something clicks, and then you don't even have to question it any further. Like, you just know what that is. So, yeah, I'd like to actually start a dream group, maybe have a virtual a dream share group where everyone could just come together and we could share, maybe not even a whole dream, but a snippet, a feeling, your titles, whatever, works for you. And then we could pick one dream and go in depth with it more. And that's what I'm also doing here today at my spot. I'm doing dream sessions one-on-one. So if there is a dream you want to explore, you could come visit me. And my time is up. So thank you.
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing, 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 testing. Can you hear me? Here's my red. Yeah, if this just a pre-test, everybody can hear me okay? Okay. I'm one of those voices that have a little bit quieter voice. Okay, if you have that piece of paper, are you going to use that? Thanks. I got a couple minutes. I'm just going to give it a couple minutes. We'll start at 1. Okay, thank you for joining. Hey, welcome. Come on in. Perfect timing. And so if you're following the menu here, the part here, there was a person who was supposed to be here. She couldn't make it. And so I feel that you're in for a treat because I was not, you know how you work with spirit? Who all like works with spirit or your higher self? Yeah, so you're a couple, you can raise your hands. You're allowed to. I assume we all like are connected one way or another to the oneness, universe, those kind of um, connections. And so it just turned out that I was asked to talk, and I am always happy to talk. I am Michael Kamut. I actually am a minister, believe it or not, of interfaith, interspiritual. So I actually do a lot of work with our community called Circle of Miracles. We have a table right outside. As soon as you walk, you can't miss it. That's where I met Amy just a second ago. And literally, it was a pleasure of mine to come up. And I decided this morning to go ahead and talk about the art of energy. And so, interesting enough, I have a lot of experience with working with others as a healer, talking to spirit, talking to those who may have passed. In general, getting messages, just working for the highest good of people. Now, where I'm having my calling currently is with being in the ministry area where I will have a sacred listening session with a lot of people. And I just want to bring up working with energy is also meaning that working with ourselves, working with who we are internally. Now, I always like to open it up, like who doesn't seem to, who's at perfect shape, perfect mind shape, perfect spiritual shape, emotional shape? Who is at ideal, I am perfectly in alignment? And there's very minimal people. And as you come right through, I talk with people that tend to have something going on in their life. Maybe there's something repeating patterns. Maybe something that they are not working with with positive intentions, that kind of part. And so I wanted to let you know that there is part of me, I'm going to share everything I do and your part. And if you don't catch up with something, or if you have a question with something, please just raise your hand during this session. You don't have to wait until the end to ask any questions. So first of all, it's about intention, our thoughts. When I actually started my journey, I didn't know why I had this journey to start. I really didn't know. It just was an internal calling. It just was something that I was interested in. It might have been while I was on YouTube looking for different meditations. It could have been why I was, I have a fitness watch. I have a fitness ring. I actually care a lot about the metrics of my body. And why is that? Because that's something that is physical that I can measure. But when you get into the intentions is something you just can't touch. You can't feel it. You don't know where it stands in your life. You don't know what color it is unless you can see colors of auras. You don't know the feeling when you wake up in the morning, that how are you going to feel? You open your eyes, right? You open your eyes in the morning and you ask yourself, how do I feel? You don't actually ask yourself, but you do a check-in, and it's involuntary. It's subconsciously done. As you walk in the morning, you're like, okay, I know I do this every morning. I can ask myself, I actually get intentional, like, what's going on today? What happened was last night. If you start working in the present, and I always repeat that word over word, living in the present, being in the moment, understanding who you are every moment of the day, and what happened yesterday or the minute before, it really doesn't matter. It does not matter to your energy. It doesn't matter to your health. It doesn't matter how you show up to the person walking up to you. Do you think that person walking up to you wanted to know that 5 minutes ago you had a session where you had a problem or you're having something going on? That person that you came up to you just now wants to know, hey, what's going on? That person is the most important person in your life, because that's the person that's in front of you that is now in part of your energy. So your body has this energy field, of course. Of course, you know that, right? If you ever walk into, I'll tell you this, you ever walk into a funeral. versus walking into a child's first birthday. Walking in there for the two different feelings of your body. You don't even need to know that I'm showing up. You can just feel it. In fact, you can feel it before you even walk in. I'll tell you, and you also show up before you get there. You already have these emotions, these thoughts, these parts about you. And if, let's say, you're going to the birthday party, you know the mom, you know the dad, you know the kid. You already have, oh my gosh, I just remember when they was born. You already have those thought processes put in your body that already had that projections, and you already decided how your emotions are going to be before you even showed up. And so this is intention. I'm trying to relate to you so as you walk in your life. Walk in with the loved ones that you have. If you have a lover, if you have a family, if you know what's going on, how you show up is everything. It's not anything to do with the other person or other spiritual situation. You think a tree has a problem with you? Of course it doesn't. The tree is just like there, loving, grounding. You touch that tree, the tree's going to respond. It's going to allow your energy and yourself to just reset. And then if you're living in the present, guess what happens? You reset. Now, you have to acknowledge the resetting. If you're like, I don't know, do you ever walk through life like I've done this? Like, even though I know what I should be doing, it doesn't really matter. I get so intense sometimes. My mind gets like I have thought patterns that have thought patterns that have thought patterns. Like I already know that when I go to the doctor, what the heck I'm going to say because they said this and I'm going to say that. Because you know why? It's defense. It's defense. I can tell you why you feel that. It's because of this. And all you have to do is lower your guard, relax. Life is, let's say, in human world, is, let's just say, I don't want to put a judgment on it, but, if it was like sitting on the beach, it would be perfect every day, but it's not like sitting on the beach with a margarita, or maybe it's a coconut water. It brings challenge every moment and everything. Now, Mike, you can say that. Mike, when I tend to go off, that's fine. I'm going to bring it back into the energy, art of energy. The art of energy is intention. And the reason why I was bringing that up is because our thoughts are everything, and how we show up is everything. And oh, by the way, how you're listening to this conversation is everything as well. And think about even how you're perceiving what's going on. You're already feeling the energy that's coming through. You don't even need to put thought behind what you're doing because you already have your energy was already reset. I already had the intention of resetting. Yes. Why didn't Mike open up with a meditation? Well, Mike didn't open up with a meditation is because I believe you are already in that state. I already feel that your calmness and you're here before. I could do a meditation. It would be pretty powerful because my intention is exactly that. It would be intentional and thoughtful. But so be it. So it is. So after you move through intention, I'm going to talk about prayer. Like the word prayer is nothing more than manifesting. The word manifesting is nothing more than thoughts. The thoughts is nothing more than what you are doing at the moment and what you believe your life is going to be. I was and there's this always the story that I'm in a line to fly somewhere. And I was in this line, this is true, and I was standing there and I always get in a line and I'm always thankful that there's a line because I get to talk to the people around me. And like if I was in no line, guess what I would be? It would like almost no touch and you just go through life and that how you be, right? Yeah, how you would be is like no touch with people. I am the opposite. I need the people around me. I need to communicate. I need to know everything's okay with them. I need to know that's the minister inside of me. So if you ever deal with archetypes, I've actually talked about archetypes last time I was here. Who I am is part of that. I am one of those where I am a sacred listener. But so that I can engage, and then I find out the person behind me, I just hear in the background, that person's complaining that there's a line. I turn around, I says, I don't know if I would be complaining, but you're like bringing me down. So anyways, it's your intention. And so when you show up, just feel like there's a reason why you're in that place at that moment. And can you imagine, like I was delayed leaving for an engagement. I had a meeting somewhere. I was at work. I had to respond one more time, and that's the way I am. I'll respond, making sure I'm 100% done before I go and engage something else. And as I was going there, I promise you that a road was blocked off because of an accident. And you can tell it was kind of fresh because roads and the cops are just showing up. You don't know why you're sitting here versus out there doing some shopping or doing some this and that. You don't know why that phone call called and maybe it was a loved one on the phone and you decided to spend a couple more minutes to talk to that person. You don't know the effects you have and why you're having it until you're going through that. And the things the alternatives you will never live. That you don't know that maybe I was never intended to be part of that or even a part of that incident. And that's why maybe there was a reason for me to get that extra email I had to do or the extra phone call I may have gotten. And so I want to bring into the world of being present with intentions and prayer. So why is prayer so important? Prayer, I always explain that there's 3 ways to pray. And they're interrelated with each other, and they're all important. The first way to pray, and I'm talking to whatever universe, God, higher self that you may be living with. And there's no wrong and there's no right. There just is. The first way of praying is one way, straight up, and you don't expect a return. I'm praying for the wellness of my child. I'm praying for the wellness of my family member. I'm praying, but this is the intention, okay? And so think about the way you pray and the way you come to yourselves, your religion, your spirituality, the way you bring in life to you and others is you pray straight up one way. Now, are there any psychics here? Do hear anything? Mediums? Some of us a little bit. Well, I can tell you a little bit of a secret, and I'm not going to tell you how to do that in case you're interested in knowing, and how some of these psychics are working. The second way of praying is listening. How do you listen? You can shout it out. How do you listen? Meditation? Being silent, yeah. So the 2 ways of praying I already mentioned to you. You're throwing up an idea, you're throwing up an intention, right? The second way is you're just opening yourself up to receive. I had a stressful day. I'm just going to sit and relax. I'm not even going to, I go home sometimes, don't even turn the TV. I do turn TV on, but I don't turn the TV on intentionally until I'm ready for the TV. I got to be ready myself before I even put food in my mouth. I come from, a part where you may have been like the road drive home might have been stressful. Who knows? You're not a stressful person, but you do pick up other people's stress. I had to put some blocks up earlier today just because I was draining, and I don't even know why. And I just have to say intentionally, I am no longer being drained. That's all you need to do. People can say, put things around you and block, but you don't really have to do that. I can go over and over and over about things, but I know people who are convinced they need to have bubbles around them so they can go and walk. And maybe you do, but my truth is, you just have the intentions that you're not draining your energies, and that person's energy is not affecting my energy. I can affect them in a positive way, but they're outside of that is not going to be the opposite case. So the two ways of praying is you have intentions. The other way is you listen, just like you're listening to me. I hope you're now sound mind, sound thought. You're not out there in the world of going shopping tomorrow or knowing what for Christmas you got to get. Hope you're listening to the words coming through to your audible ears at this moment. Then the third way is the most important way. And this is a lot of the secret behind doing the psychics and a part like that, is being really good at number 1 and 2. And then you put the third one together. You know what the third one is? It's called a conversation. It's the same. It's the same. It's like almost having, like, you have a younger kid next to you. You're usually not talking. The kid is going to be telling you their emotions and all they're doing and all the fun they had and all their friends, and they're going to go on there and then I did this and I did that in a video game and they're going to be, and you're listening to that child, and you know what you're extending that child's energy and allowing you to ground them out. They're just looking for that, right? You're just feeling, and they're feeling home, and that's why they may like you to be there for them. And all you had to do is listen. That's all you had to do. And then you start telling, okay, so then you start telling the kid some advice, and all of a sudden they stop listening. You're like, where did they go? They're gone. They're on playing. They're having fun. They're not listening to you. So the third way, and this is the way it works, is that you have for yourself, you want to know something about your journey. You want to know what's going on with your life. Well, you ask it. You ask the universe. That's all you do. It's the same as praying. Step number 1, right up. That's all you have to do. Now, I didn't tell you how to do that. I said you have to do that. How do you do that? Do you remember as you're, like, did you ever see on TV, or some of you might have not done this, I've seen it on TV many times, you'll see like kids having a tree house and another kid is in a bedroom window and they have 2 cans with a string. And one kid says, "Hello, can you hear me?" And the other one has the one on their ear. "Okay, yeah, I hear you. Okay." Well, that is certainly a one way of doing it. That's a verbal way of communicating. And that's a beautiful way. And so if anybody gets into the chakras, guess what you have? You have an energy center that you can kick in. It's like, how many of you ever drove a standard vehicle? Truck, gear 1? But it's really important when you're stopped. It's the best gear in the world when you're stopped to start. You wouldn't want not to have gear 1, but gear 1 has its place. You're not running gear 1 down 60 miles per hour, are you? I don't think so. You'd be, wah. I've done that. I had a Cavalier, and that thing had 4 cylinders, slow as all get out, but it was mean at the beginning of 1, 2, and 3. I was like shifting and blowing everyone up, and it got to 4th. It was like wound out. I'm like, okay, that's all I can go. So how do I get into gear 2, 3, and 4? And I know my brother had gear 5. Everybody wanted gear 5 when you had it. I think I had 4 gears. Anyway, so how do you change it? You know how you do it? I just got done telling you, you have to actually talk. Oh my gosh. Yes, talk when you pray. You know what happens when you talk? All the energy centers start kicking in. All of a sudden you have this throat chakra is begging to be part of your life. And you're now saying verbally, praying verbally to spirit, to God, to oneness, to your higher self, to thee. And all of a sudden you go from this can with a string to almost picking up like a bag phone. You remember the bag? Anybody have bag phones? The mobile phones? Bag phones? It's like, it's just a very old cell phone. One of the first ones to come out before flip. Okay, gear 2, 3, and 4. So as you kick in other empowerment of praying, this is a step 1, prayer. One way, direction. This is all I'm talking about, and this is how everybody does it. Anyway, as it goes up, you kick in your thoughts. Oh my gosh, thoughts. I'm praying for my friend, my loved one, my son, my daughter. I'm verbalizing it, and all of a sudden I'm seeing this son who has this limp, and all of a sudden I see him running. I'm now praying for my son who's able to run. And so now all of a sudden you're picking up another capability, another sense of yours, of seeing the manifested prayer, not the person laying in bed. You don't manifest a person laying in bed. You manifest that person standing up, having a conversation with you, going home, having a healthy life. You don't go somewhere and say, oh, I feel so bad for you. No, you go in there and you be part of it. Be you. Be you. Allow that person to raise his spirits. Be high. Be there. So then you bring in taste. Oh, yeah, I want to manifest a pie tonight. Who wants to manifest a pie tonight? I do. I'm going to pray for a pie just now. Cherry pie, actually. I'm going to manifest me tasting. I'm going to verbalize. I feel I'm going to have cherry pie tonight. I can taste on my taste buds the cherry. I can smell the perfume of the baker or just a baker. Oh, you're walking into a bakery. You can smell. Now I'm bringing in smell, I'm bringing in taste, bringing in sight. I can see it. What, do you like it crustless? Do you like it gluten-free? Do you like it some people like crispy crust. How do you like it? And that's how you manifest. You use all of your senses in how to manifest. Now, I just told you how to manifest, how you do it. Number one, you pray. That's your direction up. And I'm telling you, use every sense in your body and your senses and your humanity to do that. Okay? It's really powerful. That's the 5 gears. And listening is all about you stop the chatter and just bring it in. It's like, you ever see the football team when they're all huddled together? Do you think the quarterback is talking and everyone else is talking? That is not how it works. The quarterback's there and everyone is listening to the quarterback. Because if you don't, you're not in the game. You're not playing that play. You're in your own little world. You're going out for a pass and he wanted you to do a run. You had a block instead of that. This is how it works. You have to actually listen. Not thinking in your minds, knowing that there's some Christmas gifts I got to get, and I hope I'm going to get the perfect gift. And in the meanwhile, I'm trying to listen. Bring it in. That's how those two things work. So the third one is the conversation. Ask a question. You manifest the invention, like I told you, step number one, but then you give it a break and then you allow you to receive. Don't keep on chatting and expecting, how's it going to work? How's this person's going to be saved? Is it going to be healed? Going to be healed? Going to be healed? Stop listening and listen to the best, highest good for that person. That highest good of that person might be you have to take them a Coke. Maybe that person needs a Coca-Cola. You don't know that. Anyways, okay. I'm going to get into manifesting. I wanted to talk about, I have a little bit of time, and I kind of wanted to bring this up because if I told you all this was possible, and I said, just go out to some of these tables, and you'll see that there's psychics and mediums that will do this right in front of you. Oh, this is what they're doing. They're no different. How do you do this? You just practice like a muscle. You go to the gym and you go out for a walk. You just get some fresh air and you do it. And you can go in for a walk and you can do this meditation all the time. Walking meditations is perfect. I usually run. I go for a jog, and that's what I'm doing. Sometimes messages has come. I don't ask for them. Other times I do ask a question. I don't get answers all the time, but yeah. So I want to get into a little bit about spoon bending. I don't know, does anybody even heard of the term spoon bending? 2 people, 3 people, 4, 5, nodding, 6, 7. Anybody actually done it? Anybody have done it successfully?
Oh, I've done it, but not.
You've done it?
Not successfully.
Yeah. So I'm not going to do the spoon bending, but I'm going to allow myself to talk about it And then I actually do have a, because spoon bending itself goes into a little bit, I'd like to talk a little bit about spoon bending and getting into, this is where I'll take you into meditation and getting you in here and getting you, you know, I like all soaped up, you know. When you get clean, you get souped up, or you just do the water thing. I get soaped up, right? To get you really clean. I just got done jogging. I'm ready for a good clean. I'm getting that soap and I'm pumping that soap. And I use liquid soap. You know, that bar soap is for the birds for me. Anyways, too much information. So what I'm going to do is show you the empowerment that we all have. Because trust me, if I can do it, anybody can do it. So like a regular spoon. I mean, okay, so let me just, if you've not heard about spoons, spoon bending. Spoon bending is actually taking an actual metal spoon. And like no joke, no trick, no nothing. A regular metal spoon. Now we've had a bunch of spoon sets in our house from donation from family and all that other. So I have a bunch of spoons and all that kind of stuff. The intention, there is like a couple stages of spoon bending. The first one, believe it or not, is intention. And you know, I'll tell you this, and if you happen to come to, I'm going to actually do a spoon bending. I agreed to do a spoon bending at Circle of Miracles. There's this like divination class that's held by Fawn. And I told her I would come to her divination class. It's not, everybody just goes there and we do divination. We just do practicing divination. So like, if you ever wanted to do like, what do they call those rods? What are they? Dowsing rods, yeah, dowsing rods. Do you ever like play with them or pendulums? You ever wanted to like learn how to play that, or maybe you know this? Anyways, we go in there, we just play. That's what we do. And they say, oh, let me try a little bit of this, try a little bit of that. And then meanwhile, I may be really good at one thing and someone else is really good at another, and then we learn from each other. So anyways, that's why we go to this divination class, so we get to play. Anyway, so I told her I would do this. It's the first Thursday of the month. So it's Thursday this in December, December 4th at 6:30 at Circle Miracles. I can tell you more. I'm right at the booth out there. But really, I can tell you what makes, so the spoon bending. What is a spoon bending? Is that you take a piece of metal, a spoon. It's notorious in the spiritual world as a spoon. You can do it with a fork. But the fork hurt my hand as you grab it. So I keep with spoons. And you can manipulate the metal. The metal becomes soft and you can actually bend it. Not just in half, because anybody can bend a spoon in half. Well, not everybody, but most people can bend spoons in half. So that's not the trick. The idea is that you take the spoon and you actually put the intention that it is soft and you can manipulate it and bend it. And then so there's this tensile strength. That's part of the steps. You tensile it, you feel how stiff it is, and then you go through the process. And when you actually get to the fourth step, you can wrap it around. Anyway, so the spoon bending, believe it or not, there are 3 types of people who can, I'm not going to pick on you. There's three type of people that when they do spoon bending, I'm going to show you a spoon bend, by the way. So you know I'm not fooling around. So this is a couple twists in there. It's not just like bent in half, like a pretzel. It's actually manipulated around. And I'll pass this around and you can come up and see it as well. Anyways, the first type of person who is really good at spoon bending. I'm so sorry, Amy. Okay. So there's no judgment here. So the easiest person to manipulate a spoon like this, the person who is the type of person is one with no intention. They don't have any judgment. They don't care if it bends. They are just happy to be there and take part. They're the ones who have the highest success because they don't care. They don't necessarily believe it's going to work. They don't have any idea that it will work. They've never done it. They've never seen it. They've just seen the results, and they just are there to try it out. Now, the second type that are successful are the skeptics. Believe it or not, the skeptics are the second type because they don't believe it will work. And so when they do see it, it is a great relief. It is amazingly that they are the second type of person that's skeptics. Now, the third type, now I have to remember the third type. The third type are the spiritual people. They're the ones that have the hardest time. Why is that? Oh, they're going to manifest it and it's just going to do it. That's the way it is. They have this confidence it's just going to work. Everything just does work, right? They just have this, oh, it's just going to do it. I gave you 4 steps. Who needed those 4 steps? I got that. I got it. I have it. I can't connect with spirit. I'm good. So that's the order. So if you're a skeptic, you have a better chance than just being totally like, oh. Okay. So the first step of manifesting is really, just in general, is I will take you through, and basically we actually just put the intention. We actually channel, and I'm going to bring this up real simple because it deals a lot with healers. Who's any healers here? Yeah, you want to be a healer? Just Reiki and that kind of stuff. You've dealt with Reiki and all that. Healing is about energy, bringing in energy, and it's really simple to do. And so I would say to you, as you walk out of here, you are going to be 101 healers. And I'm just straight up. And you can say, I went to this class today, and I was given a ordination of healing. And now you can call yourself a healer as you walk out here. And how I can say this is that all you have to do is, if you just want to close your eyes, that'd be great. And just allow to close your eyes. And then above your head, I see a pillar of light coming through. It's coming from the universe, by the way. Where does the light originate? It doesn't matter. There's a pillar of light that is coming through from God, from oneness, from the universe, from spirit. And it allows it to come through to my body. And I'm going to allow us to get in a little bit of a hand healing. And it's going to come from our head, down through our neck, our head and neck, and the shoulders. And I'm going to allow this to go out the arms, and now the hands, the elbows, the wrist, and now the hand, and now the palm and the fingers. Okay? And so as you're doing this, imagine this white light is a continuous flow. Continuous. There is no ending. It's just infinite, and it is always there. It always is. Every time you close your eyes, every time you allow this pillar of light to come through, and you're holding a child, you're holding an animal, you're holding a tree in your hand, allow yourself just to be the conduit of spirit. That's what humans are. Humans are a spirit, a channeler. And you can open your eyes, and I want to say congratulations. Now, if you put your hands close to each other, and there's going to be a field, and by the way, the field didn't stop. The field is still going through. It's still going through your head, through your arms, through your hands. And I didn't have you check before or after, but there's a field that builds up between the palms of your hands. And if you can even feel the temperature change, you can feel the tenseness of it. It can be a little bit further. If you pull your hands back out and you push them back in, you can start feeling There's even a different temperature of my hands. You can just feel them. And if you're not feeling them, and if you're not doing it, just trust it is working. That's one of the things that you need to do, is that some can feel, some cannot, and it doesn't matter to none of us, because it is true. It is happening. Even spoon bending, it happens. You don't have to be spiritual. You don't have to be, all you have to do is manifest, like I give you the tips. I already tell you how to do it. Part of the spoon bending is this part right here. And now when you go from here, allow yourself to be a hands-on. Like when I do Reiki, I hover. I'm one of those hovers. Does anybody have Reiki? I'm a hoverer. I've seen Reiki practitioners that need to touch. I'll touch and I'm a hoverer, but I mostly hover. I allow the energy to flow. And as you do, I'm just going to give you a heads up. If you are going to do this part at home and with your kids, with your animals, with nature, with your plants, if you start feeling a little bit of heat where you're at, like if you know you're working on somebody's leg or somebody's knee and you're feeling a little bit warmth, that person most likely needs to be hovered there. The energy is most likely going to that spot and helping out. So that's where you kind of like start sensing, and that's your first window of healing 101. Truly, it's no different. You can go to the Reiki. I'm a Reiki master. I can teach you Reiki. I can teach it to you in the 8 hours like we normally do, because there's a lot of discussions to do it, or I can just talk to you right now in the 5 minutes and now you're Reiki. I would do an attunement in Reiki. A lot of attunements, that's what takes the time, giving you attunements. Anyways, going back. All it is when you go through the process of spoon bending, and you can even do it yourself when you go home. There's no wrong and right way of doing it. You put the intention of it being soft and I can't say the word malleable. Thank you. Bing, 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 bing. You get a spoon for that. No. And that's it. And guess what you do next? Step number 2 is you put it away. You don't need to touch it, think about it, or nothing. In fact, it's better that you do not. You put it on a table, and we went, because I told you I did this test. I did this last divination just with a small little group. I said I'd do it to the big group. And we just went on and did other stuff. And that's all it does. It sits there. Now, the timing. That's why I did the test last time, because I wanted to know, because I never taught it before. I've done it, but I never taught it. So I taught it. And then I found out the ideal time for at least the group I worked with. It was about 20 minutes. And some people needed 30. But that's the catch. And we just go on and you talk about other things. And then you just go back and you say, okay. And then you test it, because you already, for one of the first steps is you test how stiff it is. And the second test is how malleable it is. And so the spoon's in every pocket of mine, ever so. And so you can pass this around. It's more than just bend in half, and it's more than just one twist. It's actually 2 twists that was in there. And why did that happen is because the intention was there, and then I said it and forget it. And that just works. It just works. And you're saying to yourself, well, I can bend spoon any day time. But I can tell you that I was actually impressed that I did that. That's the first time I did a double loop. But it was pretty cool. So is it real? You're touching real. You're touching the manifestation. The reason why I'm bringing it up at last in my talk is because I wanted to show you something. I told you in the beginning, you can't just see the energy around. You just can't unless you can see ores and stuff. But now you're touching it. You're touching the results of intention. So I'm going to take questions at this stage. And I'm going to ask people questions if you don't answer questions. I'm one of them. Anybody have any questions? Go ahead. Oh, a pie and a prayer. I'll repeat everything so they can hear. Yep. Oh, what happens when you don't get the prayer or the pie? Okay, so you manifested. No, this is I love your question because I can tell you what, true story. My wife, believe this or not, manifested that she was going to get a necklace. True story. A necklace, I think it was or no, it was a bracelet. She manifested she was going to get a bracelet, but she didn't tell me. She didn't tell my family. I went to the store. I went to a men's clothing store of all places. And I had this what do they call it? The inclination, whatever. I was given that poke to take a look at these like bracelets. They had these women's and men. It was a men's store, but it was actually men's and women's. But I was there for the men's. And anyways, they had these bracelets for the women's. I'm like, why does this like look shinier? Why? I should buy one for my wife. And I'm like, what? I'm not buying something that. Why? She didn't ask for it. Why would I do that? Anyway, so my daughter who was with me, she goes, you should really get that for mom. True story. I actually got it for mom. She didn't. I took it home. She goes, oh my God. I didn't even think you. Anyways, it went on and on. Why didn't I get my pie? That's your question. Okay. Now, this is so important to the spoon bending, so important to the lesson, and I didn't even think about talking about it. Why? Okay, I made the spoon malleable through intention. Manifestation does not occur until energy is put into it back. You can't sit on a couch and intentionalize, I am the healthiest heart, I have no diabetes, I have perfect knees, I am strong and powerful. You can do it, but I don't know about the results. So when you manifest something, there might be something of spirit telling you, maybe not so much for you today. You had your treats, maybe your cholesterol. I'm big into saturated fats. I've been into so many diets. Now I'm into saturated fats. If something has a saturated fat, I count how many, the percentage, and all that kind of stuff. But was there a substitute? Was there a message? Was there something else going on? Was there an intention for you to make it for your family instead of for you to indulge that day? You don't know it. So that's where you do the two-way communication. Not that you're going to be the muscles. Maybe you're not meant. I'm not. If I was meant to be ripped, I'd be somewhere else talking. Universal, what are they? I'd be showing you how many pounds I could pick up in so many minutes. But yeah, so very good question. And that is actually the fourth step, is called the physical manifestation of your manifestation. I loved it. So think about what you're praying for and think about who you're praying for. So you're praying for someone to be healthier or a healer. Maybe you take them a spiritual card. Maybe you sit with the person and hold their hand. Maybe you call up some other, maybe a minister, and say, why don't you come in and say a prayer, or a Reiki practitioner to come in and help. Those are the physical manifestations that are required. Prayer is great. I'm going to add that to my fourth way of praying. Thank you. Go ahead. I love it.
I'm just learning this. It's really claim and proclaim.
Claim and proclaim. She's claim and proclaim.
Yeah, like the Hindus have to call it decrees.
Decrees through Hindus.
Right? I know this is going to happen.
Right.
And it just manifests. So I decided, okay, in the next 24 hours.
There you go. Next 24 hours.
Creator, not just the universe, but the creator of the universe.
Yeah.
And I'm having faith that this will happen. I want us in the next 24 hours. I'd like to be in a relationship. I'm tired of being alone.
So you are manifesting, not trying, manifesting a relationship.
Yeah. And it showed up. I can't believe it. I expected other ways and even set it up to meet people other ways. And that's not how it showed up. It showed out of the blue.
So what I'm hearing from the audience, and this is the last question because I know I'm at time, that she actually put this in practice and she's receiving, but she put through a manifestation and she did not have, thank you again, conditions of how it gets manifested. She said, I'm going to be in a relationship and I am going to receive. And she spoke directly to the universe. With certainty. Oh my gosh, that is with intention is so important, with certainty. And you can just feel it. And so the other way of doing it is you seeing yourself waking up next to your lover, waking up or phone calling that person at Friday night and talking. You know, being in love is about sharing yourself and knowing that other person is going to receive you without condition. And that is pure love. When you have that, hold on to that. So it's beautiful.
One more sentence, even when I'm like totally bewildered, like the other day, I was like, I have no clue what that pattern is in me that I need to get rid of. I don't even know what the new pattern is. I need guidance. Again, in the next 24 hours, I want to know, what am I missing? What's not there that I need to have there? And it showed up. Again, I signed up for an email course through my email, and I've known this gal, and she did a meditation where we talked to our higher self, and it's like bingo. I just bawled and bawled.
Yeah, yeah.
And I was so thankful for the huge weight off my shoulders.
Yeah.
Again, out of nowhere.
So,
Just checking an email.
thank you for the confirmation. Yeah. Thank you. And thank you, everyone. Is there any way I can get do I have the spoon back? No, I need a spoon back.
Yep. Does this sound okay? Yep. Okay. Is that good? All right. Perfect. Okay. Yep. Oh, I have a big mouth. Sure. Thank you. I'm just going to pop out and grab my water real quick. Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Is everyone enjoying the expo? Yeah, good. Good. Well, welcome to What the Bleep Am I Supposed to Do in This Life? My name is Diane, and I am the owner of Your Soul Pathway, where I help souls, people with their souls, purpose, and their path in this lifetime. Thank you. 15 years ago, I had a soul awakening, and my innate intuitive gifts came online. And with that, I became a Reiki Grandmaster, a certified crystal healer, a channeler, a spiritual mentor, and a soul blueprint interpreter. I'm currently pursuing my doctorate in metaphysics, and I love connecting with nature, music, creativity, and of course, other souls. So today I wish to talk to you about the soul, your soul. And it begins with the two most important questions, or the two most important days in our lives. One is the day that we were born, and the other one is the day we figure out why we are here. Our soul chose to come in exactly for this time, and many people are getting knocked off kilter. Everything is shifting, including all of us. And with that, many are having soul awakenings. These soul awakenings can leave one feeling a new sense of purpose, but they're not quite sure what that is, or they thought they knew, but something inside them is pulling them into a new or a different direction. Hence, what the bleep am I supposed to do in this life? So the good news is that the soul knows, even if the mind doesn't have all the answers. So this brings up two big questions. One, do you know what you're here for? What you're supposed to be doing in this life? Your purpose. But the bigger question is do you know what your soul agreed to do in this life? The majority of people are not really aware of the answer to question number two. So let's talk about the soul, and let's talk about its purpose, specifically its transcendence purpose. Transcendent purpose, also known as spiritual purpose, is our soul's compass. It does not arise from our mind or social roles, but instead from the deep well of being. It's not about who we are in the world. It's about what wants to move through us, as us. When we come into our transcendent purpose, we no longer chase significance. We become a conduit for significance itself. And its true hallmark is coming into soul alignment. So let's talk about what soul alignment with its transcendent purpose is. Alignment with our transcendent purpose rewrites the stories of our programmed limitations, and it compels us to move and serve in ways that feel less like effort and more like graceful flow unfolding. It's not about doing, but more importantly, it's about being. When we come into our soul's alignment with our transcendent soul's purpose, we become the space where the divine's intention incarnates through us. It's what remains when the roles we play in this matrix fall away. When we are rooted in alignment with our soul, our transcendent purpose becomes the magnetic force that shapes our reality. And it's how we partner with the universe. We move from being passive observers to powerful co-creators, activating universal laws. It's not about trying to control the outcome or micromanage how we evolve. Instead, it's about setting the energetic tone and allowing our lives to meet us in that soul frequency. When we bring our soul's agreement or our soul's blueprint into fruition, it catapults our vibration exponentially. So let's talk about our soul blueprint. Our soul blueprint is our map of life. It clarifies our why, it energizes our what, and empowers our how. It turns our drifting through life into direction. It reminds us that we are not at the mercy of life. We are participants in its unfolding. We are here on purpose, for a purpose. The key is to find out what that is so that we can step into it, be it, and live it. Has anybody here heard the term soul codes before? Perfect. I get to tell you what they are. You see, every soul comes in with soul codes that are embedded in its soul blueprint. And these codes are specific to every individual. It's what the soul chooses to learn and express while it is here in this life cycle. Our soul codes reveal what our soul wishes to express and learn for its own evolution through its talents, its dreams, and its possible challenges, along with the tools to overcome any challenges if they so arrive. Our soul's blueprint and its codes reveal our transcendent purpose while we are here. So how can we find out what our codes are? Here is something that I'm sure many of you, if not all of you, haven't heard before. Our soul codes can be found embedded in our birth name. I get that reaction a lot. What? It is. So, most of us believe that our parents gave us our name. Well, guess what? They didn't. Our soul did when we were still in spirit, preparing to incarnate. Even if you were adopted, or someone else selected your name, or if you were named after your mother or your father, who are part of your soul group, it was still chosen by your soul. It is in the sound vibration of our birth name that holds our soul codes that work on a conscious and an unconscious level. So let me explain how you can find out about your soul blueprint and your soul codes. It is a transcendent soul purpose system that has come in at this time for the great awakening of humanity, our spiritual awakening. Many of you are familiar with two other systems. One of them is the human design, and the other one is the gene keys. Both are self-knowledge systems that use your birth data and astrological calculations to create a personal profile. The human design is a snapshot of your body graph chart that reveals your energetic type, how you interact in the world, and how you make decisions that are best for you. It uses the 64 gates based on the 64 hexagrams of the I Ching. The gene keys followed this system, and it is also based on the 64 hexagrams of the I Ching, along with the genetic archetypes that provide a holographic profile map. So these are two mapping systems. If anyone has ever had these two systems done, has anybody ever had any of these two systems done? The human design. Okay, great. Well, then you know how large they can be and how long they take to go through. It's very, very in-depth. The soul blueprint system is different. It is derived from the ancient Hebrew text of the Sefer Yetzirah that explores creation through sound, word, and letters. It then incorporates the ancient method of gematria that assigns numerical values to the letters in the Hebrew alphabet that interpret our hidden meanings, thus revealing our soul codes. Your soul blueprint chart is an accurate and simplified system that infuses the sound vibration and intention behind your birth name. Each code consists of our worldly and spiritual talents, goals, and challenges, which are placed in specific areas around the 6 points of the star of creation, with your transcendent soul purpose dropping right into the middle. When your birth name is decoded, its spiritual energetic signature of your highest potential and overall transcendent purpose in this life is revealed. Now, there's another nuance in this. Many names also hold what's called master codes. And what these codes are is they hold a highly charged vibration, and when activated, magnify its potency. A profile containing multiple master codes will have access to many innate abilities and their potential. And pretty much all people have no idea what their codes are or their master codes. But there's good news. Each code is complete with full explanations that will help you discover what your soul's transcendent purpose is in this incarnation. What unfolds in your soul blueprint chart, along with full explanation of your unique codes, is a much clearer sense of your life's purpose while you're here. Deeper access to yourself on a soul level. An acceleration of your growth and expansion. More clarity about your life and your role in it. You will gain a deeper understanding about your life experiences thus far, and with that, a healing and clearing of redundant patterns. You will also have a deep activation of your own unique abilities and potential. The list goes on. So your soul blueprint chart with its soul codes are not complicated to read or integrate. Our soul is not complicated. And our purpose here really isn't either. It's our minds and our humanness that love to make things complicated. So, before I kind of close up this little mini talk, please, any questions, feel free to ask, because I know I've just kind of thrown a lot of information at you in a very short time.
Just a comment.
Yeah.
When I heard in like grade school or middle school, Einstein said, keep your mind clear so imagination and creativity can pop up. So I keep visualizing a vacuum cleaner, vacuuming out my mind of all that quote clutter.
Perfect.
And go into my heart,
Mhm.
into my heart.
Exactly.
Go up there, get that vacuum cleaner, go back to my heart.
Exactly.
Keep my mind clear.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And that's our problem with our humanness, and especially in today's world. We have been so programmed to go, 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 achieve, 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 do this, do that. Yes, we're all supposed to be in service to others, but we're so busy running around being shot out of a cannon every day that we don't have time to just sit and be. And also, too, with all of this going on up in here, we have no idea what's going on in here. We have become very, very detached from our souls and our heart.
Are you going to lead us in a meditation to get us back to our hearts?
No, that's what the soul blueprint's for. That's what your soul blueprint is for.
Oh,
Mm-hmm. Yes. No. It's no. Akashic Records is a different thing. Okay. Akashic, your Akash is your record of all your lifetimes. So there are some people that may not really believe in reincarnation, okay? But what they kind of part that might be missing in that equation is that our soul is eternal. We are old. We are so old. so the Akash is your life, all of your lives, and past, present, and future. Okay. So what the soul blueprint does is, like I said, our soul comes in with the blueprint. And within that blueprint, our soul codes are embedded. And our soul codes are basically what the soul agreed to do, to learn, to express while it is here in this incarnation. Does that make sense? Okay. All righty. Any other questions? Yeah. Aha, that's where the system comes in. So I am a soul blueprint interpreter. So I design the soul blueprint charts. So what I would need would be your birth name as it appears on your birth certificate. And then what I do is I decode that through the Sefer Yetzirah and Gematria. And that gives me the codes. And then you will get a whole list of your, and it is broken down into, like I said, your worldly challenges, your worldly talents, and your worldly goals. And as you go around that 6-point star, and then you drop down into your soul's transcendent purpose. So if you guys have time, please feel free to stop by my table. It's literally right over there. Some of you have already been there already. And it's at your soul pathway. And I can share more information with you about it. And you can actually see what a soul blueprint chart looks like. I brought a sample with me. And this sample is a very good friend of mine. And she actually has 3 master codes in her soul blueprint. She is very powerful. And she is working her soul purpose, her transcendent purpose here, which is phenomenal. I mean, sometimes when I do people's charts, I'm like, whoa, this is amazing. So, but it really, really helps to give you some of the things you will have already recognized and some of the things that you gravitate towards may be very much in those so-colds. So you're meant to express them in this life and not just be spinning off here and there. Does that makes sense? Yeah. Correct. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I have seen this work on relationships. I have seen it work on career paths. I have seen it work on people's paths. Like I said, especially now at this time, because everybody is, we're all feeling the energies. We're all walking around like, but, and we might have been in a career for 25 years. And then all of a sudden, it's like one day they wake up and they're like, this isn't fulfilling to me anymore. So, that's all the new energies that are coming in. We are all being pulled in a different direction. Less about the doing, and more about the being. But we still incorporate it in with what we do. So, if you stop by my table, you can see what a chart looks like. And if you decide to have your chart done, I would be honored to do it. I have a complimentary gift for you. Okay. But if you don't have time to stop by, you can find out more information about your soul blueprint charts and more about what I do at yoursoulpathway.life. So with that, any more questions that I can? Yeah.
Any similarity or differences to Edgar Casey's soul readings?
I love Edward Casey. I'm going to answer that yes and no, because I have seen him touch on some parts of it. Yeah, absolutely. And then he touches on a lot of parts, because he was amazing.
Your guidance to your codes.
My soul blueprint chart. Yeah, I actually had mine done from a woman that was in England. And I thought, what the hell? I've had my human design and my gene keys done. And when I got that booklet that was this thick, I thought, oh my God, it's going to take me till the end of my life to read this. But so I decided, let me see. Well, when I had this done, I was so blown away. And then I heard, you need to do this. You need to.
Doing it at the time.
No, I wasn't. So it was one of those little proverbial taps on the shoulder, that little voice in the side of your head that goes, you need to do this. Like, you really need to do this.
And how soon did you take action?
I started to take the class, I would say, in 3 weeks after I had mine done. So I got trained in it. Yes, exactly. So that's it. That's how I did it. So guys, thank you so much for your time and your presence with me. And I hope to see you at my table. If not, enjoy the expo. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's good to see you again.
Oh, hello. I thought I had 6 minutes. I have 6 minutes, right? Okay. Oh, ready when I am. Just give me a few minutes. All right. No, I'm gonna. No. I don't know how many false starts we're gonna have, but yeah, I think I'm false started out for now. just for now. Alrighty. Am I too loud? I tend to get really loud, just so you are aware. Okay. Oh my gosh. My name is Melanie Thompson. My business, my sacred offering is Enlightened Spirit, Illuminations Healing. I use oracle cards. I am a channel, I am a medium, I am a psychic advisor and coach. I am a writer, I am a podcaster. I am a number of different things. I'm as sparkly as my pants are, multifaceted. And why do I have so many offerings? Why am I here? Because I've been tasked by the brightest of light and the most despairing of darkness to share what I've experienced in my life to help other humans feel proud about being a human, to feel empowered with being alive. And what better time than now, right? I mean, we look around us, we hear what's going on. We can't help but feel just a little bit dejected, right? If we weren't already, if we just turn on the news or walk out our door, there's always some message out there that tells us there's something wrong with the way we're thinking. There's something wrong with the way that we're feeling, and there's something wrong with the way that we're doing it. And I'm here to tell you that you are not broken. You're not broken. There's technically nothing wrong with you. We're operating in systems that thrive on us believing in our fractured selves. We're operating in systems in a world that is successful because we beat ourselves down. That's what capitalism is. Capitalism requires that a party be oppressed in order for another party to thrive. Now, this isn't a political talk, even though I could go there. I'm not going to do that. But I am here to show you, to help you, to guide you into a mindset, into a way of being where you can seize your power, you can claim your sovereignty, and really embrace the fact that you are not broken. You are perfectly and wonderfully made, here to learn and grow. That's it. All right. So now that we started this off, I did not know this at all when I was growing up. The complete opposite. That's why I'm here now telling you, right? And we all have our origin stories. Unfortunately, mine is not as impressive as being bitten by a radioactive spider. My origin story is about being adopted and not being okay with being adopted, and then realizing, oh my God, I'm Black. Oh my God, I'm a woman. Oh my God, I'm sensitive. And the people around me not being okay with that, right? Or pretty much the people around me not being sure as to how to meet it, to greet it, to nurture it. And so I very early on lost myself in the things that brought me comfort, like books and movie, TV and food, all the while still very disconcerted about how the connections I was making in the world did not make me feel good, did not make me feel a part of, how I couldn't help but alienate the people who were closest to me. You know, we were different. We didn't know that we weren't going to automatically get along just because we lived in the same house. It doesn't always happen. I became very independent. I found out that I was very needy. I was just too much, not enough. These are the little pieces that I gathered up as evidence to prove that I was broken, that there was something wrong with me, right? And so you probably have a list of your own, but they are probably very, very similar, where you have felt that everybody else around you knows something that you don't, and that you are here on your own trying to figure out how to make it day by day with just being okay with you. And so the way I chose to cope was through shrinking, by making myself as tiny as possible. And it's kind of hard to make this all tiny, but that's what I tried to do. There were no sparkly pants when I was younger. um, I tried to fix it by shrinking, by molding myself into the most inconvenient form of least inconvenient form of Melanie I could possibly imagine. So I stopped crying, and that's a bad thing. Don't ever stop crying. That's literally toxins leaving your body. And when you stop crying, like that's a buildup of all sorts of stuff you don't need to keep in you. So I stopped crying. I learned how not to ask for anything. I didn't ask for help from my parents. I didn't ask for help in school. I tried to figure everything out on my own. I figured if I didn't need anything, if I didn't need anybody, then I would just figure it out and be okay. But I wasn't. I always went without and then tried to make it okay with going without. I tried not to bother them and hoped that if I didn't bother them, they would love me more or they would see that I was lovable. And I just didn't know that their brand of love and my brand of love were not compatible. But at the time, I didn't know it. And it was a serious personal affront, a character assassination towards me. And it created something called self abandonment, where because I couldn't get the love, the nurturing, the inspiration, the connection that I thought I needed, I just said, hey, Melanie, you don't deserve any of this. Therefore, you don't need any of this. And so I kind of extricated it out of my life and just went about just trying to survive. And in that self abandonment, I learned to discredit and invalidate my instincts. I learned to discredit and invalidate my actions. I learned to discredit and invalidate every single thing about me. I lived from the outside in. There was no inside worth paying attention to. And that's really a very severe wound, right? And it may look differently, may have a different shape, but many of us know that wound where the outside world seeks to obliterate what's really going on the inside. And so, a number of things happened when you this thing keeps going in my mouth. When you abandon yourself, right? Every day becomes a struggle just to feel okay in your own skin, you know? When you abandon yourself, no matter how many people are in the room, you still feel alone. When you make connections with others, you feel like there's something off about that connection, or because that connection may not have longevity, that somehow, some way you made that connection incorrectly. That's how I felt. Um, So the healing journey was very long. I would have to say that I've been, and I still am, because I am not fixed by any way, shape, or form. The healing journey has been about a 44-year-old journey, but I had to experience a lot of pain before I realized that I was worth healing, and that's pretty big, right? To realize that you're worth the healing, to realize that nobody else out there is going to tell you, yeah, you should heal and get better and feel better about your life, that you have to have that instinct in yourself. I will give you a story where I decided, one of the many stories, because there is never just one healing story, right? Our lives are so dynamic that it does take these blocks of healing, these blocks of inspiration to help us make the change. And like they say in so many wonderful rooms, when the pain gets great enough, we become willing to do absolutely anything. And so one of my pain points was and okay, don't all act surprised, but I was committed into a crazy house, a loony bin, against my will. I was unable to take care of myself. I was a diabetic and I wasn't taking my medicine, and I was eating whatever I could eat. I didn't have enough money. It was just not a good scene. I was unable to care for myself. And where I was going to therapy, they said, "You're a danger to yourself. So we're going to throw you into a facility until you learn how to not be a danger to yourself." And it was like right before Christmas, right before Christmas. And they were like, "We need to get her someplace safe so we don't have to worry about her over the holiday." And so here I am sitting I think it was like Princeton House or something like that. My first time inpatient treatment. And I'm sitting here indignant, angry, like, what the hell? Like, how is this happening? And then I'm getting mad, and I'm like, I'm going to show them, get them. This is ludicrous. And so I'm putting up all the defenses. And I'm sitting there. It was a couple of days. I did get out before Christmas, because they really can't keep you that long if you're not a problem. And I wasn't a problem. I just didn't have systems in place to help me live. And by the end, they had helped me get food stamps, and my medication was in order, and they had given me lessons on how to take the medication appropriately. So I was able to take care of myself to a degree because my family wasn't able to do it. But I was sitting there in the hospital. And I sat and I was talking to this guy, Sean. He was a really cool guy, but he was missing some toes. I'm like, how are you missing some toes, Sean? He's like, well, I'm homeless. And every year around this time, I make sure I get into Princeton House. So I make sure I have a place to stay because it gets cold and it gets hard out here for the homeless people. I'm like, oh, okay. So this is a thing. This is a routine going inpatient. Okay. And then I was talking to this other woman, I forget her name, and she's like, yeah, I'm back. Yeah, they just didn't like the way I was talking to this person. And so they put me in here, and I'm here again. And, I'll be out in a few days, and I'm going to, but then I'll probably be back. And I realized, oh my God, if I don't do something different, this is going to be me. Not that I'm going to be crazy, because I still am crazy, but because this will be me, this revolving cycle of treatment, this revolving cycle of feeling like I'm not getting anywhere because I'm still stuck in where I am and what I'm thinking. Something needs to change. And that was one of my healing moments where I realized, Melanie, you deserve to get better. You don't deserve to have this be your life. And so from there, it was all uphill, uphill both ways, through sleet, through rain, through snow. But I am so much better that I feel as if it's important for others to know that it can get better. And it starts with learning new things about yourself so you can become empowered, so you can be proud of being a human being, not a man, not a woman, not a transgender, not anything, but being a human. All right. So one of the wonderful theories I learned about healing theory I learned is something called kintsugi, Kintsugi. It's the Japanese art of pottery, right? So what happens is if you break something, right? You take the shards of pottery and you fuse it together using 24 karat gold adhesive. It's made from tree sap, and you have this 24 karat gold. And so next thing you know, you've got this bowl that's gilded, that is actually more valuable now because it's been broken. Right. And I loved kintsugi. I thought that was an amazing way to think about life. Right. I've been broken, but damn it, I've been gilded as well. And it worked. It worked really, really well. But something about it was still off. The idea of calling myself broken did not jive with me. And, and that's the way things should work in our life, right? If it works for you, you hold on to it, you use it until it doesn't, and then you let it pass through. So kintsugi worked for me for a little bit, and then I let it pass because, again, I found myself in a place where I needed more healing, where I needed more growth. And I was so exhausted. I was so done. And I said to Spirit, I was like, listen, enough is enough. I'm tired of just surviving. I'm tired of dealing with myself. I'm tired of feeling like I do not fit. I'm tired of feeling so broken and inappropriate for existence. And Spirit said to me, it was like, you're not broken. You were never broken. Where did you get that from? We never told you were broken. Every fracture, every pitfall, every pratfall was the fire of the forge of life. Every wound was shaping you to be exactly who you are in this moment. Now, mind you, I was in my car sobbing, crying, but everything had to happen for me to be in that moment, desperate, surrendering, asking Spirit to help me. Everything has had to happen exactly the way it's happened for me to be standing here, sharing my story with you guys, hoping to give you the light that has been given to me. And these experiences that we've had, and I know you can name them, right? These moments, these thresholds in your lives where you turned left or you turned right or you questioned whether or not you should even show up at all. These moments in your life were precisely crafted for you, for your life force, for your energy, for your story. And this is why you're here. It has not been a mistake. It is not a coincidence. Those things do not exist. And so we also need you to know that this brokenness, this idea of being healed, it's not a punishment. And it's not really being broken. It's actually more of a becoming. It's actually more of a stepping into an embracing of who you are, what you're about, and where you want to go. So, how do we get the power to really trust that we are not broken and that everything that's been happening to us it has been happening for us, and that every moment we experience has been precisely crafted for our highest and greatest good? Now, the portal to that power is choice. I know it sounds kind of, choice. What do you mean? Sometimes you don't have a choice. No, we always have a choice. And the choice can be as simple as whether or not I get up at 8:30 or I press that snooze button for 5 more minutes. That choice is letting emotion run you or trying to be objective before you react and actually respond. The power is in what you choose. So if the power is in what we choose, and I'm supposed to believe that, I'm not broken and everything is happening for me precisely the way it's supposed to happen, right? Then what happens when I make a choice and I get a negative consequence? That is supposed to be for you too. Because you get a choice on how to perceive that consequence, how you get to perceive the outcome. That is a choice as well. And we've learned so much in our lifetime to perceive the things that we see as either good or bad, right or wrong, up or down, black or white. We live in this dichotomy that really limits us. And so, what I've learned is to expand my ideas of what can and cannot be, where I can live in this range of gray, this range of possibility to find more freedom, to find more choices, to have more power, to really become less of someone who feels like she's broken and more of someone who feels like she is perfectly and wonderfully made, here to grow and here to learn. So, this is something that comes up when we realize that we need to heal, that we're trying to heal, that we're trying to execute our power of choice a little bit more effectively. We're doing all the things, right? And then eventually we find out that we lose something. Something gets lost, right? Maybe it's a keychain that we thought was our lucky charm, but then it's gone and we can't find it anymore. Maybe it's a friend that we swore we would never stop being friends with, and then they kind of go away. Loss is not punishment. Loss is choosing alignment and allowing that which is not aligned with you to drift away. Unfortunately, we have chosen to perceive loss as punishment, as some way, shape, or form of trying to fix us and mold us into some other way of being that is somehow better than how we actually are. And so I'm offering you the opportunity to consider loss as just what happens when you outgrow something. Loss is actually can be a win. Loss is a requirement. Loss requires us to replace something with something else. Loss creates space. Loss creates a surrender. And loss can also create the fertile ground in which we can plant new ideas, new behaviors, new habits, new people, new inspirations, so we can grow and cultivate the life we truly want to live. So, as with anything new, we have to take some first steps, right? And yes, we want to trust ourselves. Yes, we want to learn how to choose in a way that brings us more confidence. We want to feel free, we want to feel empowered, we want to be embodied. But how do we do that? How does that start? And it starts with awareness. Yeah, it's really boring, but it is the thing, right? When something comes alive in you and you start to notice sensations, you start to notice flickers of electricity pulsating in your hands or even in your brain or in your legs, those are packets of data, information for which you are supposed to take and then place it on a little shelf to examine later. Not in the heat of the moment, not because you're desperate, but to just place it there and say, hey, I'm noticing this about myself, right? Your awareness is information and it is accurate. Just because it doesn't look the way you'd hope it would look, or just because it's against something, against another person's perspective or idea, doesn't make it wrong. But the first step to us doing anything different is to notice and accept our ability to be aware and what shows up. So, not categorize what shows up as wrong or bad, right or good, black or white, in or out, none of that stuff. Just allow what we notice to be data, zeros and ones, to be further examined and at a date where you can examine it, where you can actually give the time and energy you need to really dig into what that was trying to tell you. So, awareness, right? Awareness starts, it doesn't start anywhere. It's actually a being, right? And so even as we sit here in our chairs and we're being, like, what can you notice about yourself? And as you're sitting here noticing, what feels in alignment for you and what doesn't? I mean, maybe it feels in alignment for you to get up and walk out. So what's so wrong with that? Absolutely nothing. And this is the place I hope to get to for myself more times than not, and I hope for you. Is that while you notice, while you become aware of what's going on inside of you, that you start to honor it and not use it to make yourself wrong and bad or impolite or selfish or angry because you feel the way you feel, and because you are dedicated to moving towards more personal alignment rather than further away from personal alignment. We are asking you to start to trust what it is that you're feeling and to examine it. And why? Because we have misplaced our trust. We've trusted the outlets, the media outlets. We've trusted our parents. We've trusted our jobs. We trust our cars. All these things that we have zero control over. We have more trust in those things than the only thing we have control over, ourselves. How is that even correct? Like, how does that even compute? Why is it that our success is measured by how much we follow somebody else's template? How much we get the approval of those outside of ourselves, even though we may be feeling like crap about ourselves, unable to trust and respect and have confidence in the energy that's been keeping us alive will carry us through good times, bad times, foul weather, fair weather. And so, what I am saying to you today is that you the most advanced, complex, radiant device you will ever possess. Your body is so magnificent and so wise that you can trust it. And yes, you may have some feelings and some thoughts that may sound a little off the wall. But the good thing is that you don't have to act on those feelings and thoughts right away. That's another place where you have power, choice, right? To not act on what you think immediately. Again, take those thoughts, take those ideas, place them on the shelf and examine them. You are allowed to take the time to examine what's going on with you before you act. And that's why I love groups like Al-Anon, right? Because they use phrases like, perhaps you're right. And they create space so they can then check in with themselves to see how they want to perform, right? Or the phrase, let me get back to you. What if we were to use those phrases for the people who call us on the phone, or even the people who ask us direct questions when we're not in the mood for direct questions? Listening to ourselves and becoming more aligned with what it is that we need in the moment is a way for us to become happier and healthier. And a happier, healthier individual makes a happier and healthier community, which makes a happier and healthier society. So I know I've kind of thrown a lot at you today, from your power being in your ability to choose, to the idea of you not being broken, and definitely not broken based off of your choices. How your choices are really you just living life the way every human was supposed to live life, making mistakes, showing up, trying again, realizing that wasn't a mistake, realizing, oh, wait, that actually positioned me exactly where I needed to be positioned. Learning to trust that the guts they have inside them, the energy that is inside them, the life force that you wield is perfectly and wonderfully made. And this existence is here for you to learn and grow. That's it. Not to make perfect, not to make right, not to achieve anything, but to continue to learn and to continue to grow. So those are just some of the themes I've thrown at you today. I'm going to invite you to step into these thoughts with some movement, because you cannot think yourself into right acting. You can't change yourself by just thinking about it. Einstein says it. Einstein says you cannot fix a problem with the same consciousness that created it. You need a new consciousness. And the way that we shift our conscious is by moving a muscle so we can change our mind. So I'm going to invite you to spread out, make sure there's some space in between you. And again, use your power of choice. Maybe moving in a room of people is not what you want to do. That is your choice. Use it. Know that you're coming closer into alignment with yourself, not further away. What I think and what anybody else thinks is none of their business. And feel good that you're activating for you, right? And so we're going to shift because we want to shift our minds and our bodies. So we're going to inhale deeply, raising our arms, and I'm wearing the wrong pants. And we're going to bring our arms down, exhaling. And we're going to keep doing this, inhaling and exhaling. And I'm going to read and I'm going to speak. So inhaling, deep breath in, exhaling. Now, maybe when you inhale this time, you arch your back a little bit, stretching your back out and exhaling. Allow those inhales to deepen, filling your lungs up and exhaling, doing it at your own pace. Inhale deeply, feel your lungs fill up with air. Exhale, let it all come out. Inhale, yup. Lungs filling up, exhale. Lungs contracting, inhaling and exhaling. Yes, keep going. Inhaling and exhaling. Fill yourself up. Inhaling. Feel your life force. This is your gift. Inhaling and exhaling. Feeling your life force becoming alive. Inhaling and exhaling. Inhaling and exhaling. Inhaling and exhaling, and stop. Hold your breath. In the inhale, in the pause, holding your breath. What do you notice? What do you feel? This is your life force. This is your gift. Without this, you have nothing. So, what do you want to do with it? Who are you willing to give it away to? Where do you want it to take you? And exhale or inhale, depending on where you ended up. It is our job in this lifetime to feel as alive as we possibly can. And how can we do that if we're always noticing the reactions of others? If we're always battling inside our hearts and minds? We're asking you to drop the rock, to not beat yourself with a bat, but maybe with a feather if you must beat yourself. And embrace being you. Embrace your life force. Embrace your breath and claim your space. Claim the right to think about things just a little bit longer. Claim the right to make a different decision, even though you've made a choice prior to. We're allowed to change our minds. Claim the right to practice compassion with yourself so you can then, in turn, practice compassion with others. There's so many things that we take for granted. There's so many choices that we make unconsciously that add up to us being further and further away from the life force that is our true selves, our true divinity. And when we realize we are not broken, when we realize that every single thing that's happened to us has been happening for us and has brought us here to this moment, this is the moment where we get to say, hey, this divinity inside me, this glorious life force inside me, it's worth working with. It's worth connecting with another person. It's worth making a choice to allow it to shine, to allow it to vibrate, to allow it to sing, to allow it to take up space. And that's what we're asking you to do here today, is to take up the space you need, to be bold, to be courageous, and lead with your heart, to lead with your life force. You see something interesting, go up to it and examine it closer. You see something that you have a question about, ask the question. You want to sit alone? Sit alone. You want to dance and sing? Dance and sing. Who does it hurt? No one. And if they're hurt, that's their problem, not yours. This is all about the learning and growing we are supposed to be doing in this lifetime. And we don't learn and grow if we keep doing the same things over and over and over again. We have to fuck around and find out, right? We got to break some eggs in order to bake this cake. And so we're asking you to choose, to learn, to choose again, to live, to expand, to choose again, to change your mind, and to remember. Remember that you are beautifully and wonderfully made, here to learn and here to grow. And every moment is here to lift you up to the highest, most radiant version of yourself. And that is your gift just because you're a human. So that is about it. Thank you for letting me share with you. So that was the talk. And as I said, I'm channel, medium, psychic, advisor, and other things. And I was moved to open up like a few minutes for any questions, either from spirit or questions in general. But this is the opportunity to ask any if you have any. Was that comprehensive? Yes, ma'am.
When Einstein said, say that again, please.
Einstein said that you cannot fix a problem with the same consciousness that created it. You need a new consciousness to cure the problem.
I also heard
To not choose is a choice. Yes, ma'am, it is.
like the judgment, do we want to go from less judgment to some judgment to more judgment? Or the opposite positive word is less acceptance, no acceptance, to some acceptance, to more acceptance, total acceptance. And if something is not acceptable, we have to use free will choice, get our creativeness going, and think of a new, more acceptable choice rather than up, down, on judging right, wrong, good, bad. God is not a God of judgment, even though we may be taught that brainwashing. God is a God of acceptance. So therefore, we want to be created in the image of acceptance, in the image of gaining instead of losing, loss, instead of
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. But that's a very interesting theory. What I'm saying is that judgment is judgment. Judgment's just a word. Judgment is just a word.
right, wrong, good, bad.
You can perceive judgment as a feeling, or you can have judgment be a verb, an action. So if you're judging, that means you are ascribing qualities, values to a thing. You don't have to ascribe qualities, values to a thing, or you can. Judgment within itself is neither wrong or wrong, bad, good, or it's not. Judgment has no emotional connotation that is official. Human beings, our society has placed emotional connotations on the word judgment. It is required for humans to judge because how the hell did we learn not to go and touch that really poisonous plant? We saw it back in the cave days and said, is that the plant I'm supposed to eat? Let me see. Does it have those berries? Does it have those leaves? Let me eat it. Okay, that's not a good plant to eat. I'm going to stay away from that plant. We need judgment to stay alive. That's how we know to hang out with people that resonate with us or not to hang out with people who resonate with us. And when it comes to a higher power, because I'm talking about a higher power, not God, not Jesus, not Buddha, not Satan, not Allah, not Pele, not Kali, not Hecate. A higher power as it resides within you, which is devoid of anyone else's scrutiny. The only thing that will be with you on your deathbed. So whatever name you want to give it, because we as humans have also ascribed emotional names to the higher power, which is inside of us as individuals. So we get to choose what we want to call it, if we want to call it anything. It could be science for all you know. It could be a chair. For a long time, my higher power was gravity. Your higher power gets to help you align with the truth that works for you. So if assigning emotional context to a word works for you, brings you into alignment, then that's what you do, babe. Then that's what you do. But if it doesn't work for you and you notice yourself being more separated because of it, then you can either choose not to make a choice and examine it, or you can choose to make the choice to examine it.
What if that poisonous plant that you don't know is poisonous, you become aware that you accept that it's a not acceptable plant to eat.
Yeah.
But you don't have to judge it as good or bad as being a beautiful plant.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That judgment doesn't give it. You don't have to diminish or enhance something's qualities in a judgment unless you want to.
Why not? Why can't you accept that, but it's not acceptable to eat?
And you can. But you don't have to. You don't have to assign emotional connotations or societal connotations to something that you find works for you or does not work for you. And so the way that we were discussing judgment was that it was just all the other way of thinking about it. That if we're judging, then we're not accepting. And what I'm saying is that if you're judging, you can also be accepting.
Well, if you're not judging, you're accepting.
It's not black and white. It's the world of gray. Welcome to it. It's the world of gray. You can do both. Just like two emotions can exist at one time, we can more than one definition. Oh, I'm about to die. Oh no. Oh, um, just like we can have more than one emotion at one time. We can have more than one definition at one time, and that is the beauty of being a human being, is that we get to do what's right for us. Yes, there are consequences. We also get to decide if we want to deal with those consequences. But it is about finding the personal alignment. It's about finding what works for you and gravitating towards that, rather than trying to assuage those around us to look good, for acceptability, for all of that other stuff that in the end can often make us feel more separate.
Why not just have a choice be a choice and not say it's negative or positive? Energy is just energy, it's not negative energy. Why not just be uncomfortable or comfortable with it?
If that's what you choose, then go ahead.
Yeah.
Then hey,
But then I'm not judging anything. I'm neutral.
I agree.
Like a wedding is a wedding, it's not good or bad. A divorce is a divorce, it's not good or bad. Right or wrong.
I think that's spot on.
Well, then why use judgment?
I don't know. You brought it up. You tell me. You brought it up. We have 5 minutes left. Is there anybody else who wants to weigh in? Yes.
Good judgment and bad judgment. We use our good judgment to make good decisions.
But we've been brainwashed that we have to make a judgment.
But she has a question real quick. So I think we just got to put a pin in that. We can collaborate. We can buy me dinner. We can talk about it.
Actually, I was going to weigh in.
Yes.
I was going to say non-judgmental thinking, I think, is what you're talking about, if I'm understanding you correctly. So I'm looking at a situation with non-judgmental thinking where I'm not perceiving or building a story on the information that is around me and what that looks like. But when I make a decision based off of my understanding, there's always going to be a bit of a judgment, just like bias, because we perceive the world in the way which we perceive it.
You speak for yourself, not me. Don't say we. I'm not in your world.
Okay. So you may not perceive your world the way uniquely to you, but I perceive my world uniquely to me.
Right.
So when I go and I am going into a space non-judgmentally, right? And it doesn't come with malice. It doesn't come with intention or motive. But when I make a choice and I do that choice with my understanding of my higher self in mind, of what this movement was going to do for my own growth, or if this space is maybe not an unsafe space, but an unsafe space for myself to experience in, that I am putting judgment on the place around me and understanding my choices better by the situation going on. I'm not judging the situation, what's going on. I am accepting it in a neutrality, like energetic way, right? But what I'm doing is I do have to assume or try to build some of that story with that awareness from my own self and my awareness of myself when I have been in similar situations. It may be different, but that gives me wisdom and knowledge to understand, is this worth the risk taking in this situation? Or is this something that I don't need or feel it's worth the risk of taking in that situation for the experience? But the act of doing that is coming from judgment, and for that word, but that word can be replaced with many different things, right? I had a hard time with the word acceptance for a very long time because it made it feel like that meant things happening around me, I was just saying it was okay. But acceptance doesn't mean that something's okay. Acceptance means that I'm going to take it as it is, at face value, or what it is. It doesn't mean I agree if that's a good thing or right or wrong. So I had to redefine some of these words. And unfortunately, I feel words are so limited to the expression and the feeling that we have gone through as people, because it doesn't fully capture everything. And sometimes there's some words we resonate more with than other words that makes more sense to us as we move forward. Just like there's verbiage here that we've said about like spirit versus energy versus, God, higher being, that those are just words that kind of shape our experience and understand maybe the choices of community we like to go to. But sometimes we gravitate towards that, and that's a way to explore, at least for myself, if I'm understanding the dialogue between the two of you.
Well, it's not just words. There are words with vibration.
Yeah.
And
So we have.
that vibration. And if I say
Yeah.
judgment or suffering, I'm actually vibrating that to every cell, and that's what causes cancer.
And that's your personal experience. And that is wonderful for you. And so this whole talk has been about discover your personal experience, work for your personal experience, have fun in doing it because it can't be wrong. Thank you for letting me share this talk with you guys today. Have a wonderful day. Have a very wonderful day. Thank you.
All right. Welcome, everybody. We have a couple minutes before I officially get started at 3:30, but just wanted to say a couple quick things while we're waiting. And this is the first expo we're actually streaming as well. So we've been streaming our talks out to Facebook and our YouTube channel and to Zoom as well. So very exciting, and a big round of applause for Robert in the back who made this all happen. That's for you, Robert. He's not even paying attention. So thank you for being here. I know there's a lot of familiar faces. A lot of you, hey, how you doing? A lot of you know that we do these expos every couple months. We've been on a regular schedule now. We do them in March, July, and November. So our next expo will be March 21st and 22nd. Planning on having it here again at the mall and hopefully streaming again as well. And just wanted to remind everybody that we do all this as a way of just bringing the community together, helping people on their path, helping people with just reminding who we really are, reminding everyone of our true power, reminding everyone of us being connected energetically, emotionally, physically, on every level in this reality. We are connected. We are one giant being experiencing life as separate pieces of that one giant being reflected in each other. So I started AWAKEN almost 13 years ago, just out of my condo. We were just doing events, doing little meditations and talks and things like that, and just slowly growing from there. And so this space has been a blessing. It's wonderful being here. It's wonderful doing these events. And since I kind of have the schedule now in a way that once it's set up, it kind of can run itself. This is, I think, the first time I've actually spoken at my own expo, because normally I'm running around like a chicken without a head, So it's nice being able to actually be here. And one of the things with me that shifted lately, just over the last year and a half or so, is I started channeling a lot of information. So it started with information coming through on deeper journeys that I would do, and then I got to the point where I could kind of just tune in to just letting a message flow through. And sometimes it's just 5-10 minute message. So that's part of what today is about. I wanted to bring a message through and just also share some of the information that's been coming through me lately. So when I do the message, I feel like it's a little bit, because I don't know where it's actually coming from. I don't bother asking, because for me, it's about the resonance of the message and not about trying to label one more thing. It might be part of my higher self. It might be my guides. It might be all of the above. At the end of the day, we're all one and the same anyway. So anyway, so thank you all for being here. And just a reminder, we do have donation boxes. It all helps. It's all part of keeping us here, keeping us going. Also out on the floor, we have a raffle going on. We also have a prize wheel as well. So lots of ways to not only help us, but also benefit yourself with some of the amazing prizes that we have out there. So, all right. Well, let's see. What time is it? 3:28. All right. I'll wait another couple minutes just in case anyone else is going to run in. So how many people have been coming to the expos for a while? Nice. Is there anyone here where this is their first expo? All right. Well, welcome. And just so you know, we do things in this space on a regular basis, every week, every month. We have things going on. Meditation every Thursday night. And for everybody else, just a reminder, here in this space, we do meditation every Thursday night, 6:30 to 7:30. We do spiritual discussion nights, women's groups, men's groups, open mic nights, pranic healing nights. And then we do special events like breath work, sound healing, all kinds of things like that, all kinds of wonderful things. Everything's always on our website, awakenche.org. We're also all over social media. So please come back, be a part of the family, be a part of our ongoing events. We really have some amazing things happening here. We really have a wonderful group of people, and we really have some amazing shifts happening in people's lives that are just being in this. And one of the things, a reminder for everybody, and one of the reasons that we're here and that I created this is because there's our own internal energy and there's the outside energy. And we want to remind people that our internal energy is always stronger, and that's part of what I'm going to talk about today. But the outside energy is also strong. And when we are not conscious and we're just putting ourselves out there and kind of getting sucked into day-to-day lives, it's very easy to resonate more with the outside energy, which isn't always the highest. And it isn't always, I don't want to say not in our best interest, but it has a way of making us feel small, making us feel condensed. There's a lot of heavy energy out there. And it's not about judging any of it. It's all just part of creation. It's all just part of life. And our job is just to remind ourselves that our energy inside of us can override the energy we're feeling from outside of us. And that's one of the reasons we do this. We do all these events. We do all these things on a regular basis to help people have a place to remind them that they're stronger than what's around them, and also just to help raise everybody up. And collectively, it's always stronger. When we come together collectively, we're creating a collective vibration, and that vibration amplifies when we're together, and then we can send that out into the world. And when you come to an Awaken event, we're helping you get to that next level. And it's really you doing it, but we're creating a space that has that intention of reminding you of who you are and helping you get back to that higher vibration. And then when you walk out, you're sharing that with everyone you interact with everywhere you go. But again, there's all this happening outside. We go to work, and we get sucked into work and sucked into drama, and we allow ourselves to get stressed out again. We listen to what's happening politically. We listen to what's happening out in the world. And it's not to diminish anything that's happening out there, but sometimes we need a space and we need other people just to remind us that's not you. That's all temporary. We're permanent. Our souls are permanent. What's out there is temporary. It's going to change. It has to change. You can't stop creation. You can't stop creation, so you can't stop change. So thank you all for being here. All right, so we're gonna get into it. So my name is Greg Campese. For any of you that don't know me, I'm Greg Campese. I'm the founder of AWAKEN Center for Human Evolution, which is where we are. AWAKEN Center for Human Evolution, or AWAKEN Chi for short, is a nonprofit. It was very important when I got onto my spiritual path that I wanted to create something to help bring the community together, to help create a space for awakening, for helping people on their journeys, And it was very important that it was a nonprofit. I didn't want money either internally or externally dictating what we were doing and why we were doing it. And there really is just a very different energy to nonprofit and to being of service. I mean, and that's what it's all about, is about Awaken being here to be of service, to help us all wake up and become more aware. And even awaken, even the word awaken, it resonated very well with me when I started, hence the name. And it kind of came to me. I didn't even pick it. It picked me. But for me, a new word that's been coming through very strongly is awareness. And I really believe this is just the key to everything, is awareness. If we bring more awareness to ourselves, to who we are, to our bodies, to our thoughts, to our actions, if we bring more awareness to our relationships, if we bring more awareness to how we react to the world, everything can change. And if we bring more awareness into interaction with others, it helps create more understanding. And it's through that understanding where we can stop fighting, stop arguing, stop reacting, and actually understand each other and understand why we're all here, and also understand that it's, even when it seems personal, it's not personal. Everyone has their own pain. And in most cases, if we're butting heads with people, if we're not seeing eye to eye, it's just one person's pain interacting with another person's pain. And when we shift from pain interacting with pain to awareness and light interacting with awareness and light, it'll be a very different world. Very different world. So, all right. So I tuned in, and the title of the talk for today is "A Light in the Darkness." And it was interesting that I had to pick that title, and I just tuned in, and that was the title that came through. And then between that title coming through and today, there was a journey that I took where a lot of information came through that was exactly that. It was a very, for me, very profound look at how things are coming through. And I also want to mention also as well is the information that's coming through, for whatever reason, who I am, my mind, my being, where I'm at on my path, the information coming through, I call simple truths of existence, because it rings very true to me, but it comes through in ways that are very simple and obvious for everyone to understand. And at the end of the day, everything is energy. It's all about energy. This whole world is energy. We're energy. You know, you break everything down, particles, electrons, everything comes down to energy. And so we as beings, we interact on an energetic level. And even though we're in physical bodies, we're really interacting on an energetic level. And understanding that energy and understanding who we are is really the key for us to evolve. All right, so I'm going to bring forth a little message for all of us. And I appreciate all of you being here. And we're going to talk about the light in the darkness. And one of the things that I want to start with is a little bit of information that came through to me, and then we'll also just allow spirit and consciousness to flow through. But what was shown to me very recently that I felt very strongly about sharing was the concept that darkness doesn't actually exist. It's not actually something tangible. We live in a physical reality, and darkness is not something physical. Darkness is the void. Darkness is what there is when there is no light. Darkness is what is left when there is no light. You cannot turn on the darkness. You have to turn off the light. And so at this moment in time on this planet, we humanity, there's a lot of talk about darkness. And the message that came through very loud and clear was that if you wish to see less darkness in the world, you need to put more light into the world. And I will say it again. If you want to see less darkness in the world, put more light into the world. And just as we were talking right before I started, we were talking about our own power and our own power and energy being stronger than what is out there, and not allowing what's out there to change who we are in here. And it's just influence. It's just energy influencing energy. And it's understandable. It's not about putting judgment on anything. What is happening out there is part of creation. And what's happening out there is creation upon creation upon creation upon creation. And in case you're not understanding what that means, creation isn't one single act. It's not one single person. It's not one single thing. Everything in this reality is created upon a previous creation, upon a previous creation, upon a previous creation. The chair you're sitting in, somebody created that particular chair. That particular chair is made out of particular materials. So those materials had to be brought together. They had to be mined. It all had to be brought to a factory. There were so many people, so many hands involved in creating the chair that you're sitting on. But even before that, somebody created other chairs. Somebody had to create the concept of a chair. Somebody had to sit on a rock and say, oh, I want to sit down. This is kind of comfortable. Maybe there's something else I can do with this shape to make it more comfortable for me to sit here. So the chain of events that goes into everything you experience, there truly is no singularity. There truly is oneness in every piece of creation, because everything you do, from the floor you're standing on to the chair you're sitting in to the room that you're in, we are inside a mall. Somebody had to come up with the concept of the mall. Hundreds and hundreds and thousands and hundreds of thousands of people across the time and space of humanity, as far as malls have existed, have worked with building malls and building shops and commerce. We're also commerce. We're also business. Do you see where I'm going? Everything is connected to everything else. And we don't ever stop. I don't want to put that on you. I don't ever feel that humanity pauses long enough and really feels into the true connectedness of this reality, the true connectedness of our lives, the true connectedness of creation. You pick up a cup of tea and drink it. That tea came from somewhere. It was picked by somewhere. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of people involved in bringing that to you. And even the type of tea that you're drinking, that's a particular brand. That brand had to be built. Somebody had to imagine it. Somebody had to market it. Somebody had to put it together. Somebody had to manufacture it. Somebody had to deliver it. Do you see the importance of collective creation? No creation is ever alone. And even when it's a new thought, it's still built on hundreds and hundreds of thousands of thoughts and actions and people that happen before you. But here we are, humanity. Here we are right now in this moment of our lives, in this moment of creation, writing on the creations of everything before us, writing on the ancestors that came before us, writing on all stages of humanity, of thought, of emotion, of progress that have come before us. And even within this time when we feel there's so much struggle, it's so important to remember how far we have really come. Look back 10 years, look back 50 years, look back 100 years, look back 1,000 years. 1,000 years is nothing compared to how long the universe has been here, how long our planet has been here. So it is important to also put things in perspective, to remember that even if we feel stuck, even if we feel that things are not going right, things are amazing, things are beautiful, things are perfect, and things are always progressing. We are always creating, we are always evolving. Creation will always improve upon itself naturally. We will always want to improve upon ourselves naturally. And the real pain comes in when we're blocked from seeing that, when we're blocked from seeing who we really are, when we're blocked from allowing our true light to shine. So let's go back to the light and the darkness. In our solar system, we have a sun. The sun is shining. That light comes to the earth. The light helps create life. It helps sustain life. That sun floating in space, floating in the cold darkness. That sun is the light of our solar system. The darkness has no power over it. The only way our solar system would go dark is if that sun stopped shining. And so I promise you, the only way humanity will go dark is if all of humanity stops shining. So it is in our hands. It is in our hands to continue shining, to continue being the sun, to continue being the light, filling the void of darkness. It is up to us. And we naturally have a light within us, just like the sun naturally shines. We naturally have a light within us, and that light within us is always shining out into the world. And when it's not shining out into the world, here's a little tip for you that I would wish to share. If your light is not shining out into the world, it is not because your light has dimmed. It is not because your light has died. It is an impossibility. What is happening is your light is blocked. What creates night? The sun doesn't stop shining to create light. The earth just moved in a way that blocked the light, creating shadow. And so when we block our own light, we see shadow. And what blocks our light is a myriad of things. And it's all energy. Things like trauma. We end up putting up walls. We end up creating a density in our field. We actually lower our vibration to create a denser field to block things. And here's one of the misconceptions of protection is when we're hurt, when we're traumatized, we harden ourselves and put up a wall to try to keep the pain out. And what we don't realize is we now prevented our light from shining. We now preventing ourselves from shining out into the world. We think we're protecting ourselves, but in a way, we might actually be harming the world. And that's not necessarily the best way to put that. And this is where Nancy comes in. I will thank Nancy because Nancy is helping me with my language, and I still have a long way to go, but we just started. And it is true though that even in language there's positive and negative. Just like energy, there's positive and negative, and it's not about putting judgment on positive and negative. It's just two ends of the same spectrum. Yin and yang, light and dark, positive, negative. We put the judgments onto things, and it's our job to let go of the judgments and not put judgments onto things, but just allow things to be what they are. And so once again, the sun is in the sky, the stars, all the stars are sun shining into the darkness. The sun shines no matter what. It knows it is the light, it knows it is the sun, and it is surrounded by darkness. It is surrounded by the cold, dark space. But does the sun complain? Does the sun sit up there complaining about all the darkness around it? Or does it shine its light to brighten the darkness and to create life? And so humanity, I want you to ask yourself, are you just here complaining about the darkness around you and forgetting to shine your light? Or are you here to dispel the darkness by being the light? And if you feel your light is dimmed, it's because it's blocked. Mel, who was talking previously, was talking about broken. I didn't hear the talk, unfortunately, but I know it had to do with broken. And there is no actual broken, there is just blocked. When we feel that something is wrong within us, it's only that we are blocking our own light. Block yourselves and allow your light to shine. For those out in the world, for those of humanity that feel right now is a dark time, that feel right now is a hopeless time, that feel Right now, there is anxiety, there is pressure. All of these feelings, when you feel a feeling, they are your feelings. They are influenced by what is around you. It is very easy for us to shift our vibration and to sync with another vibration that is outside of us. But true beingness, true beingness is allowing yourself to always be who you truly are. And for those crying out, and especially for those crying out to God for help, understand that it is always heard. It is always heard. And it is always heard by us. Humanity is the ears of God. Humanity is the eyes of God. Humanity is the hands of God. When we cry out for change, when we cry out for help, we are crying out to ourselves, and we are also the answer. We are the answer to saving ourselves. I won't even say that. We don't need saving. We need understanding. We need awareness. We need to allow ourselves to shine and to simply move anything that is blocking our own being from shining out into the world. Thank you. That's pretty. All right, thanks. I I obviously can't see a sign when my eyes are closed, but Spirit usually tells me when time's up. And time was up. Thank you, Robert. All right, so thank you all again. Thank you for being here at the expo. Thank you for being here to listen to my talk. Please donate anything, even $1 is fine. 10, 20, 50, anything. I also wanted to mention that because not everybody can always be here physically with us, we started Monday nights online. Every Monday night, we do an event online from 7 to 8 p.m. We call it Magic Mondays. It's an awesome community. We rotate in the facilitators. We do meditation, messages, healing, development. They're absolutely wonderful. And you can become an Awaken member for only $25 a month. So each Monday night, it's only $10 to join. You can become an Awaken member for $25 a month to join every Monday night, have access to all the recordings, have access to the recordings from today and any other expos that we've recorded. We're going to be adding to that archive, so it'll be the video archives, and you also get 10% off at the store, online or in person. So thank you all. Have a wonderful day, and hopefully we'll see you here tomorrow also.
You got a front row seat. All right. Okay. You're ready to go then, huh? Okay. I like it. I like it. We'll just give it a few more minutes. Like 2 more minutes. Exactly. All right. Got closer? No? Okay. Well, I can hear that. That's good. What world of difference there? Mm-hmm. Okay.
She had a wonderful experience.
Oh, wonderful. Well, I'm glad you had a good experience. Yeah. And you're back. So, okay. Oh, great, great. Oh, the curtains are closing. It's getting real, guys. Okay. All right. Okay, welcome everyone. My name is Nee. I am an energy healer, a channel. Oh no, I think we're good. Can you? Okay, Robert, are we good on sound? Ah, perfect. Okay, so my name is Nee. I'm an energy healer, a channel. I do quantum hypnosis, a bunch of other modalities. I won't get into all of them right now, but today we're going to do something called multidimensional healing. Has anyone heard of multidimensional healing before? No? Have you heard of Reiki before? Yes. So multidimensional healing is kind of like it's a form of Reiki. It's all channeled in, and I work with different guides and angels, ascended masters, whoever really wants to come through for the healing. So it's all basically channeled in, and it's all for your highest good, whatever you're ready to receive today. And all you have to do is just allow and trust and let the energy come through. That sound good? All right, perfect. Okay, so before we get started, it's like a really quick question. Is everyone okay with me accessing, connecting to, and working on an energetic field? Good, perfect. That's all you guys need to worry about right now. Okay, so without any further ado, unless anyone has any questions, we can just get started. All right, perfect. So the energetic healing session is going to last about half an hour or so, and then we'll have the remaining 15 minutes if you guys want to share your experiences or you have any questions about it. Sound good? Perfect. Okay, so I'll invite everyone now to just close your eyes, get comfortable, and just start connecting to your breath. As you do so, just start to notice any tension in your body. And as you breathe out, just allow it to be released. If you need to wiggle your shoulders or move your body a little bit, just feel free to do so now. Good. And just feel yourself sinking into a deeper state of relaxation. Okay, and so now I want you to start to be aware of your heart space and just breathe into that heart space. And as you breathe into it, just allow it to expand. And really just start to feel that breath, start to feel that heart expansion. And now I want you to drop that heart space, this ball of heart energy, down into the earth and connect with the heart of Mother Gaia. And I will assist you with that now. And just intend for a strong connection to the earth, to Mother Gaia, and breathe that energy back into your heart space. Good, and now breathe that energy from your heart space all the way up to source, going up as high as you can go, and just intend for a strong connection to source. And breathe that energy down through your heart space, down into the earth, and down to the heart of Mother Gaia. Breathing up to source and down to Gaia. And just continue that. Just continue that breath. Imagine a column of light, pillar of light, extending from source through you down into Gaia. And just imagine that you're this bridge now between source and the earth. Good. And now I'm going to invite all the beings who want to be here today. So we're going to start with our personal teams of angels, guides, ancestors, protectors, And we're going to invite also into this space the archangels, ascended masters, gods, goddesses, deities, avatars, Christed beings. We invite into the circle now, we invite our cosmic families, our star families, councils, and collectives that we work with. And now I invite into the space the kingdom of heaven and the kingdoms of earth, the plant, animal, mineral, and elemental kingdoms, all invited here. Finally, we invite any other beings that wish to be here to provide a safe and sacred circle for the highest good, the highest healing of all involved here today. All are welcome. We invite you with love and accept you with the deepest gratitude. Thank you. Okay, so we'll begin the session now. I'm just going to connect to your energy, bring everyone into the same field. And I'm going to start first by opening up your crown chakra a little bit. And I'm just going to invite some source energy down through your field. So we're starting at the crown and working down through your chakra field, and kind of just aligning your energy body and aligning your chakras as we go, and just allowing this golden light to come through your entire energetic field, all the way through, down through your feet, and into the earth. Okay, and now I'm just going to expand your field a little bit more, lengthening it, allowing all the things that are held tight in that field to be expanded and released. Okay, and now we have Archangel Michael here, and he's going to cut with his assistance. I'm going to cut all cords and attachments attached to your heart space and your lower chakras. Any people, places, or things that no longer serve you anymore are being cut and released. And you may start to feel a sense of elevation now as this work is being done. So just breathe and allow. Good. Now let's see. Jesus is here now to work on your heart space. So I'm just going to channel some energy into your heart space now, and for any type of healing that needs to be done there. So just breathe and allow as this energy comes in. And we're just going to pull anything out of that space that doesn't belong anymore. Good. And now we're just going to work a little bit higher into the throat chakras, the throat chakra, third eye, and the crown chakra. Just balancing all that space now. And now balancing and clearing anything out of the lower chakras, bringing those into alignment. And just continue to breathe as this work is done on your behalf. Okay. Mm. Okay, now we're going to bring in Saint Germain with the violet flame for cleansing and purification and transmutation of any other energies in your field that can be removed now. So just allow this energy to come in. And again, we're just removing any blockages that can be removed right now. Okay, now we are raising the vibration of the room a little bit higher to access a different level of healing, is what I'm being told. So just, you may feel, again, like you're being elevated a little bit. So just allow that feeling, allow that sensation. Allow whatever it is just to be. Okay. Okay, so now we have Archangel Raphael coming in, doing some additional healing at this level of frequency. So some of you may notice like a green type, an emerald green energy as your field's being worked on. Just breathe and allow. Good. Okay, now we have Mother Mary here to do a little bit of deeper clearing. So we're just going to access some deeper layers of your energetic field now and start to pull out some of the, start to transmute some areas that need to be healed. Some darker spots. So just continue to breathe and allow as this work is being done on your behalf. Okay. Done good. So we're just going to expand your field a little bit further, even more now. Feel just a sense of that expansion. And as your field's expanded now, we're just going to start to pull even more things out of your field that don't belong, that are no longer serving your highest good. And just breathing and allowing that to happen. And there we go. Okay. Okay, this next healing is going to come in the form of a light language. So just again, just open and allow this this energy to come through. So we're just starting now. Undara sitara sutora tatatara tutora sata tiara tiara zara tatiara sutiara siatiara tiara tiara tu tantiara sata tia ara tina satiara tiara tu titiranta tiara tatia tatatiro sututuru tu tiara santa tiara 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 tu sta ara tu Arsitantara tintara hustana tatia tatara sieta tu chitara santara tu titiara tatia titiara tu titiara tatiara tu su titiara tiara tatia suta tatia tatiara tu santara tata tiara tatiuta se tatia tu titiara tatiara tatia tiara tu tatara tatiara. And we're just closing up your energetic field. Sura tatia tiara tata tiara tata tiara tata tiara tata tiara tata tiara tu tata tiara tu fu tara tata tiara tatu tara tia 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 tu tata ta. Okay. Good. Okay, and now we're getting so now I'm being guided to send down some solar codes. These are light codes from the sun. Currently, we've been having a lot of solar activity and a lot of geomagnetic storms. So I'm channeling in now codes from the sun into your field. This is going into your heart and solar plexus chakras. And this will also help to integrate a lot of different energy that's being it's coming onto the earth right now. And again, just breathe and allow this energy to come through. Okay, so now just sink a little bit deeper into your state of being. And what's happening now is like you're invited now to meet with one of your guides. So just be open to one of your guides stepping forward for you now. And you're going to have an interaction with them, and this is going to be for your highest good. So it's kind of going to be like a conversation that you'll have between you and your guide, whoever that may be. And right now I'm just going to hold the space for that conversation to happen. So I'll just be silent for a few moments while you have that conversation. And they're saying just allow whatever wants to come through without any judgment. It's all perfect. Okay, and so I want to thank your guide for whoever that may be for that transmission. Now I'm going to do a little bit of work now on behalf of your higher self. We're just going to connect you a little bit more closely, more powerfully with your higher self and any guides that wish to be connected to you now. Good. And we're just intending for a strong and clear connection to your higher self and your guides, so that you can have the assistance and support that you need throughout everything that you do. Okay. And we're just bringing some of that. We're just bringing that energy back into. We're just calling your energy back now, as we near the end of this session. So now we're just going to connect that energy back into your heart space and connect down again into the heart of Mother Gaia, and grounding that energy in. Good. And sealing the energy for this session now, so it's available to anyone else on the grid, on the Earth grid. Okay, and we're going to end the session here. I'm going to thank all the guides and beings and everyone who was here to help us today. And as you're ready to, you can start to come back into your body. Start to wiggle your hands and toes. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes. Oh, that was a quick one. How's everyone feeling? Good? Okay. Would anyone like to share their experience? Okay. Go ahead, Nancy. Go for it.
Before, when you started, I asked God to for physical healing. So then when there was Archangel Michael, Jesus, Saint Germain, and Mother Mary, I figured the four of them gotta be healed. And then when you said to call on the guide, your guide, I had the vision of a hamster, because the hamster, I had a hamster as a kid, Hamper the Hamper's hamster. He's in this wheel, hamster wheel, with the old patterns. And I wanted now the new pattern. So I'm this hamster, and the hamster's saying, move, run, run, run.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sitting here like moving my body and running. That's what's gonna undo my body. I've been too sedentary.
Mm.
So the idea of, now I've got a hamster guide to remind me to run, run, run. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing, Nancy. Anyone else? Oh, quiet group. Okay. Well, I'm glad that you guys were able to participate in this healing today, and whatever it was for you, it's all perfect. So I hope you all were able to connect with the meditation and the healing. And
Well, I have a question
oh yeah, go
for
ahead.
you. What is it like when you channel, who you're channeling, and how does that feel coming out?
So I usually get an intuitive hit of who's coming through. So when Jesus was coming through, I'm like, okay, Jesus is here, and then I'm like, okay, that makes my job easier. So I'm just like, oh yeah. So when I'll get an intuitive hit about who's coming through, and then I'll just kind of go with it, and that's really all it is. So it makes my job pretty easy because I just follow the intuitive guidance as it comes through.
And what was it like the first time you had that experience?
Well, it was interesting because I didn't exactly know what to make of it. But I just kept trying and kept working more and more with different guides and different healing, and it just kept developing over time.
Yeah, you had a corporate job before this, right?
Yeah, I worked I worked 15 years in corporate before this. Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you. So yes, you felt tingling. Good, good. Okay, good, good. Yeah, yeah.
How did you come into this work?
It was just following my inner guidance. Like I said, I worked in corporate for a long time and was never really happy with it. And then around 2020 is when I had my real awakening. And then I decided I'm not going back into the corporate world; just didn't suit me anymore. And I started following all the intuitive guidance to work in the healing space. So then it was like a slow progression, but it was all divinely guided and aligned. So I just kept going with it, kept exploring more and more, just out of curiosity, and then it turned into like, okay, this is actually working, and I could actually start helping people now. So that was my path.
But specifically multi-dimensional.
So that started coming in when I started accessing more of my channeling abilities, things of that nature. And it's just started. I was doing Reiki. I was doing a lot of different. I was learning that, and then eventually, like I just started noticing that like certain beings wanted to come to me, and I noticed I'd get the intuitive hits, yeah, and then I was working with a teacher who already practiced that and was like able to guide me and say like, okay, yeah, that's Jesus coming through. Like, go with it. I'm like, really? Okay, I'll just go with it then. So I just kind of so it was like this natural progression of like taking these little baby steps, understanding more and more like okay, this is actually working, this is actually happening, and trusting that and building on that and building on that. So it just kept going. Yeah. Anyone else anyone else have any questions or want to share?
What's one of the most miraculous kind of experiences you've had?
Oh, I don't know. They're all kind of miraculous after.
Well, the most empowering, the most like a whew, wow kind of experience.
There's been a couple like meditations where I went pretty deep into it, and then I just felt like this energy of like just pure love and bliss, and and like I was in it for a while, and that was like I was just feeling that feeling of having that feeling was just just I don't know, just beautiful. So yeah. Okay. No other questions? No other one else? Okay. Well, thank you all for being here today. Help you out. Again, I hope you all were able to connect with the healing, with the meditation, and enjoy the rest of your time at the expo. I will be here on Thursdays doing the meditation nights. So it's me and myself, and then the pranic healing, Bucks County is. We're kind of doing the Thursday night meditation. So if you guys want to come back, see me again, hang out. I'll be here most Thursdays. That meditation is from 6:30 to 7:30. Yeah, and if you want to stop by my booth, come hang out, and tell me about your experience, whatever you want to talk about. I'll be right outside. Thank you. All right. Thank you.
My hair used to be really long, like my real hair, like this. This is my real hair. Right. It used to be like as long, almost as long as this. It's getting shorter. And now it's up to here. So it's like just beyond. I'm so curious because
Hello, everybody. Here we are live. This is the Awaken store. And I wanted to take a little walk and show you what's going on out on the expo floor. And we're starting with our raffle table. And this is the amazing Phil. Oh, and my cameraman's going to take it over. All right, everybody. Awaken Expo here at Plymouth Meeting Mall. We do this 3 times a year, March, July, and November. So we got a raffle table, amazing gifts going on, and we're going to take a little walk around and talk to some of our vendors. So follow. And this is me. He's one of our board members. Amazingly gifted person. He's not paying attention. All right. This is Circle Americans, good friends of ours. They come to all our expos. They're a beautiful community of people. They have a spiritual holistic church in New Britain. And hey, you guys, welcome. Come on down anytime you want. You want to tell them a little bit about Circle Miracles? Circle Miracles, we're a spiritual community, and we would love to have you. Basically, we're out of New Britain, which is close to Doylestown, in the middle between that and Chalfont. So we have a ministry class, ministry school as well. So we do that, and yeah, welcome, and looking for you on Sundays services. All right. All right. You want to say hi online?
Yes, I gotta go. I gotta say hi of mine. I gotta go.
This is Shani. She has some of the most amazing drinks.
I am Shanae. You're right, Greg. Thanks for having me.
Yes.
So I am Shanae. I am the owner of Deliciously.
However, I couldn't take it out myself. That's what I was gonna say. I had to have him come in and find all of the ingredients. Yeah. Find the rest of it from the house. Are they gonna, I guess they're not matter. Oh, so that's not the I thought. My hair is bruised. Yeah, that's nice. That's good. So like, and I don't like scalp. Yeah. So what else was it? Instead of taking squares, everybody does. I take my rat tail and I do like small extents. Oh, yeah. So, this hair, and then again, this hair, they all go over top of each other. There's no scalp, right? So, yeah. So I wanna get my own, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna just grow out my own. And then I'll put extensions onto the bottom of them for the length until I get longer. And then I'll just have yeah, I just got myself. I just didn't, they didn't come yet. I ordered them. And I'm gonna get stuff all covered the entire body. One isn't exactly. Yeah, that's how I ordered. Yeah. Oh my God. Oh, that's so funny. And they're so soft. They're beautiful. They're absolutely gorgeous. So like I ordered them, they haven't come yet. I still have like another, I think they're in transit, like maybe the 21st, I think. Yeah.
Right.
So I'm excited to try.
All right, I'll try it again.
I'll follow you.
All right. All right, we're going to try this again. Do you want to say hello to our online? Here.
Hi guys.
You want to tell us about yourself, what you do?
Oh yes, my name is Mel, and I am with Enlightened Spirit Illuminations and Healing. That's INLIGHTENED Spirit Illuminations and Healing, and I help you live a more radiant life, more freedom, more joy, more happiness, and more you.
Awesome. Thanks, Mel.
Thanks, you guys.
All right. And here we are at Coffee Karma. We can come over.
Sure.
We're streaming live.
Hey.
This is such amazing stuff. Healthy, delicious. You want to tell them a little bit about what you have here?
Yes, I'm Elizabeth. I'm the sole owner of Coffee Karma Cafe. I sell organic rich mushroom, coffee, tea, and hot chocolate. And the organic rich mushroom is about a 4,000-year-old medicine herb that changes what would ordinarily be purely acidic beverage into a more organic, more, excuse me. See now.
That's all right. We put you on the spot.
Of course, now I'm on the spot.
Right.
But
Point
it's more soothing to your body because it's high in antioxidants.
There you go.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Bottom line is, it's a lot healthier than regular coffee.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
You want to say hello to our online audience?
We can pretty much go anywhere.
Come on over. Now get a little closer. Tell us a little about yourself.
Hi, I'm Astro Carol Ruth on Facebook. We live near Hamburg, New York, where we have a Awaken boutique similar to Greg. And I'm doing readings and aura drawings. I'm a professional astrologer. My cousin Susie is over here. Claire, get in on this. She's a gemstone expert. She's been to China 5 times. And she now has the legacy for Qigong lineage. So the 151st generation lineage holder to Grandmaster Yin Ming Zhang, whose ancestor is the founder of Tai Chi. So Song Feng Zhang is the founder of Tai Chi. So I'm the 150 generation from that lineage. Plus I am a Qigong master, fire dragon, and pyramid meditation, as well as the clinical Qigong healing And I'm a professional astrologer, and I'm recognized in the field. That's us. Awaken.
Yeah. Thank you so much for being part of the Awaken Expo. Good.
We can go anywhere.
Anywhere.
And then like paper.
Let's go. All right. Let's go talk to Pranic Healer. So the Pranic Healers have been a part of Awaken for a long time. They're good friends of ours. Allison, who runs Pranic Healing Bucks County, has been on our board, the Awaken board, since the beginning, and has supported us, and we love supporting them.
Hello, everybody.
So this is Allison. She runs Pranic Healing Bucks County. I'll let her tell you a little bit about it.
Thank you. So happy to be here. So, yeah, I found Pranic Healing about a dozen years ago at one of the first Awaken Healing Expos. And now here we are. As you can see, there's a lot going on. We've got a couple of crystal healings going on here. And we've been busy. We've been extremely busy today. We've also had shorter healings going on in chairs. We're also very busy there. We've probably had 8 chronic healers here working pretty continuously for most of the day. I am teaching a basic chronic healing class December 5 and 6 in Doylestown at Circle of Miracles for anyone who would like to learn.
All right.
And
Thanks. Soon.
Just taking on the time.
Yeah. Well, we'll head back inside, and in a couple minutes, our next talk will be starting.
It's only
Okay.
who was getting set up. She was like, "What's up? It's all."
working? Okay. Mute it. Even my notebook says, create your magic. But it's the magic with a C. We're going to talk about magic with the CK.
Magic with a CK. That's like.
That's something too.
Yeah. Can I ask what you're eating? Because it just looks really. Are you sure? Can I see the pictures? Thank you.
Oh, yeah, 750.
Oh. Okay, thank you.
Straight out of the food, straight out here, first one.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Well, I guess it's considered healthy, right?
Yeah, yeah, water.
I do have water. Yeah.
I'm not muted. Okay.
Thank you very much. I thought it was like cookie dough when I first saw it.
No. Yeah.
I think I need what these people have.
White
After
feather.
Juices. I've tried them. They're very good. They're so good. Yeah, they are very good. Delicious. Where?
The floor.
Just everywhere.
Yeah. We're going to talk about magic. Two more minutes. Do I have to be this loud?
Take it off.
They're streaming. So I think I need to be wired for streaming. Even less. Is that okay? It's quieter. Oh, this is better. You're going to time me, right? Okay. May I have 15 minutes as well? Before 5 minutes? Five or not? Okay. Well, before we start, may I ask you to do something with me?
We talk a little louder.
Okay. Put your phones down. Not just for a minute, because I need your hands.
Yeah, move your microphone a little closer to your mouth. Yeah, thank you.
Don't want to break it. Okay. Is that better?
Way up here and put it down here.
But I can't do it.
What are you trying to do?
Okay.
That's
Better?
that's
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Go for it. Feel it. What's in between?
I get a chill now.
What else?
Energy.
How does it feel?
Tickly.
Thickly, prickly, warm, cold? Okay. Make it a little farther. Yeah. Bring it closer. Move it farther.
Like the hands are connected.
But what's in between them is what we are going to talk about, the language. Okay? Put it on your heart. Take a deep breath, or at least a breath that's comfortable. I just learned that the quietest, slowest breath is the most effective. That the quietest, most slow breath is most effective. So the dragon breathing, that's a totally different language. But to truly relax, it is that slow, gentle breath. It's almost like we can't hear it. Because today I want to talk to you about language. And I want to interact with you because it's not about me. I want you to tell me what you define as language. Tell me, what is language? I have a definition, official, from somebody, from something.
Form of communication started by the cavemen, the ancient ones, the whomever.
Could be words, could be sound, could be symbols. And it can unite us or divide us. Well, I propose that, I'm a linguist by training, loved languages, grew up with parents who helped me understand how to talk to nature. And it talked back. Yay! Until I was told that's not normal.
I don't know if your speaker's on, but I don't see anybody's answer.
It's supposed to be this volume because it was too loud, but I'll try to be louder. Okay. I'll try.
Turn off my hearing aid.
Okay. Because for me, everything has language, from subatomic particles to cosmos to the source. And I express it through resonating with vibration, the frequencies that come into this world as language. You're here because you already are spiritually tuning into that language, correct? The only difference is how we do it, because we are individuals with specific set of skills, tools. Yeah, we have the body in common. We have the structure in common. The mind, physical body, mental body, heart, emotional body, soul body, spirit body. Whoa, what's that? Because ultimately our world is evolving, our human consciousness is finally reaching the point that I call it the tipping point, where we are tired of being controlled and told who we are, what we are, and maybe even told and believe why we are here. Have you ever heard of biology of belief? There's a fun scientist called Bruce Lipton. And he teamed up with his buddy, Greg Braden, who's a geologist, scientist. Well, I showed up at Greg Braden's talk many years ago. And I just reconnected with his wisdom and his teachings because I'm concerned about the language of artificial intelligence and how that is now being programmed into our consciousness. And he showed up with wisdom and tools that helped me move from the language that I was using for myself into bridging that language with my intelligence and experiencing what that bridge felt like or sounded like, and what I choose to do with that information for my future. So learning a language is fun. English is one of my languages. And it's so fun because I can play with words. I was driving up, and I want us to connect not just to language and intelligence, but also bridge experiencing our intelligence in the context where we actually learn and grow from what we hear, see, 5 senses that are external. What about our internal senses? How do we perceive the world? How do we perceive the universe? You can't talk because you already studied this. No, yes, you can, but no, but I mean, I've never known that I will operate with 10 senses. I was only told about 5. And they're the external ones. Well, what's inside? Because I hear things, I feel things. Do I understand it? That's why I wanted to understand it. And I wanted to experience it because I wanted to learn and grow. What's that learning and growing lead to? It starts with a W. Yes! Oops.
How wise you are.
No, but I mean, isn't that why we are here? And the choice of our attitude. Attitude is a choice. Am I stuck on the spinning rock floating in space in this? Or is there more to it? Who am I? What am I? We all go through existential questions and try to understand. Why am I here? It's not working. Poor me. It's like, whoa, where'd that come from? I'm here to, oh, I forgot my poster. My little sword, my little staircase. What am I here to do? What's my purpose? I know I have potential. How do I? Is it outside? I don't think so. Is it inside? Probably. How do I speak to myself and reach deeper so my language can be understood to me and maybe to others, because we're sort of in this together? Now, how well do you understand the language of your body?
Discovering every moment.
Exactly. A little ache, little heat, little, what's the room temperature? Why am I shaking? Or pleasure, passion. Why am I sad? Or actually thoughts of hating. Oh, I hate that. It's like, what does that to emotionally and energetically? Oh, I skipped over talking about energy already. Whoops. Tesla came into my brain and said something. Tell him about energy. If we want to understand the universe, what did he say? 3 words. Energy?
Energy and energy.
Reese.
I was gonna say emotion.
Well, emotion is energetic. There's a charge to emotion, just as there's a charge to a thought. We are energetically connected. I mean, we have this aura, right? It's energetic. I mean, some of it is close. It's, our codes are close to our skin. Then the mental body, emotional body, astral body. Well, there's this layer that I've never been taught about that is so light that it's almost unmeasurable when we die. What happens when we die? There's a shift in weight. Do you know? Only half an ounce. What is that leaves us? Yes! Whoa.
So you're saying like they actually tested this?
Oh, yeah.
See, I didn't know that. Okay.
Oh, yeah. That's what I mean. Language, knowledge, experience, understanding, and wisdom. My beloved mom decided, okay, time to go. Show off, summer solstice. And I wasn't there. She kicked me out. But I felt it as I was leaving Poland to get back here. Like, Mom, are we going to have a different language? Oh, we are going to have a different language. Now I call them new and different mom jokes. She likes it there, and she is powerful and then always inspiring and funny. That's why I call them mom jokes. But that is language that we can learn from the inside. So the physical body speaks. I'm not a scientist, but I like science when it makes sense. So Greg Braden said we have 30 trillion cells in the body. And then somebody else said we have 50 trillion. And then I looked it up, between 1,000 to 100 trillion. It's like, that's confusing. Okay, I'll stick to 30. Every cell has a DNA. Every cell has a nucleus. And his mission now is to help us understand how powerful we are. Okay, I'm going to just read his quote because it's fun. Bless you. Over 30 years ago, I learned how to consciously regulate the conversation between my heart and brain, and it changed my life. Do you understand you are divinely designed, intentionally created, more advanced than any machine? What will you do with that understanding? If you understand it, does it change your life and give you inspiration to shift from intellectual knowing to actually experiencing it? Your power, your understanding of your divine nature, your connecting and working with your DNA, with your microchip of a nucleus, because that is our design. Science reveals that your heart has 40,000 specialized neurons that can think, feel, and remember. When you align your heart with the brain, your entire body responds, triggering anti-aging, immune, and resilience chemistry. I love biology, I love chemistry. But I'm more interested in alchemistry. Isn't it interesting that Facebook has the word meta connected to it? What happens when we put meta in front of physics? Exactly. But again, am I looking for it outside of me? Or am I going to have the courage to put it in a new context, because most of us, this is new to us, and go inside? To learn about myself, ourselves, and our divine nature, our codes and keys to my power, to my beauty, to my resilience, to my self-regulation. Here's fun. I represent Hermetic teachings and wisdom, technology to actually turn on the keys to our power, to our guidance, internal. So then from that, we can connect to the quantum field, unified field, whatever your name you use will work for you, because it is about our ability to self-regulate, to self-heal, to self-inspire, grow, and potential to really, truly not just enjoy this world, but enjoy sharing. So intelligence is what? How do we define intelligence?
factual intelligence and then there's intuitive intelligence.
Well, that's what I mean. We can define it in many ways. I'll stick to the ability to reason, plan, solve problems, think abstractly, comprehend complex ideas, and learn from experience. So how come we have bright people that do stupid things?
You may tell me why. I don't know.
Including me.
We're not as smart as we think we are.
Because we use intelligence in context. And if that context is not correct or safe or filled with what I call light, like positive, and I'm not saying I need to be stupid to learn what not to do. Not recommended, but it's almost inevitable. That's how we learn. We all are challenged in this world. And I found something or something found me that finally helped me make sense of who I am and why I'm here and give me tools and technology to work with so that I not only make sense, but I can help others make sense of this body, of the mind. Yeah. Finally, connect to the heart. My God was always good, giving me good information. It's like, go away, don't do that. Or it's just like, yay. Because each one of us has that language, but do we develop it? Do we study it? Not book. Touchy-feely, hearing, sensing, whatever you work with. Or I ignore the language because I want to be normal. Or I don't make the effort. I was just working with someone, incredible young lady with passion for weightlifting as a good mind self-regulation, which is great, with these amazing body and muscles. And she's like not hearing that she looks crooked. No judgment. But that's overtraining and she might get hurt. The way we all get hurt. So that's what I want you to ponder on and maybe get deeper insights from the talk, because we are amazing as a designed human, divine bringers, givers, exchangers of light. That's what we come from. That's why we are here. And that's what we can have fun doing if we take the time and understand, experience, grow, and then share our wisdom. So I want you to do a little exercise for me. Pants down, straight up, sit up, relax. Take a breath. Whether it's gentle in through the nose, out through your mouth, whether you just do the nose breathing, I recommend in through your nose, out through your mouth. If you feel safe and comfortable, close your eyes. And now focus on your heart. As you breathe, I would advise that you relax your arms and maybe actually take one arm and put it on your heart. The focus goes where we touch. Continue to focus on your heart. Now, breathe in faster than you exhale. your own count. Just focus on the breath. Focus on your heart. Breathe in. Exhale longer. Relax your arms, relax your shoulders. In shorter, out longer. Truly focus on your breath and your heart. Breathe and focus on your heart. With your inner voice, say it to yourself, my heart, my heart. Thank you. Add the feeling of gratitude with your breath and focus on the heart. My heart, my heart. What would you like me to know? My heart. What can I do for you? My heart. Thank you for protecting me and connecting me to my soul and my divine nature. I focus on your breath again. Shift into your body. Come back to your everyday consciousness, and when ready, open your eyes. How did that feel? Did anyone get teary? I often do. But you just tasted a little bit of that heart and brain coherence. So 30% of your cortisol is down. You just amped up your precursors for your DHEA, for hormone production. Your immunity is up. 3 minutes a day. How is that not magic? But it's the language of the body. Energy, frequency, vibration, resonance, right? You all are here. You know we are energy. We are energetic beings. We might not all have the language of the ancients that give us information that might or might not make sense. But that's our individual journey, to know who and what we are and choose a language that will guide us to that internal wisdom, that will guide us to try things, test things. There is no such thing as failure, just lessons, if that's the attitude we adopt. Victims have power. My language of being a victim is just like, oh, I ate too much. Oh, poor me. It's like, silly. What were you trying to nourish because you're lacking? Let's figure that one out. Because that's healing. I don't know what's going to happen for Thanksgiving because I will be with amazing food and 40 people plus. No, but it's fun because I know I will be with loving family. And I work with them sharing healing work, not even spiritual teachings. It's like family. I serve wherever I am welcomed because I want to understand and help and share the language of healing. But I also want to inspire to learn how to hear internal language of the mind, of God's mind, of my heart and my soul that connects my body to spirit. And it would be fun to understand spirit, not just because I'm connecting to it at night when I'm out, but consciously. And that's what I do with my passion and purpose and commitment, because I consistently train in something that not only makes sense to me, but makes sense to a bunch of us as a culture of light, as a global school called Modern Mystery School that has opened a sacred and secret lineage to the public, the lineage of King Solomon and the Hermetic teachings, connected to Egyptian magic, connected to the wisdom of the ancients that already prepared that technology for us to turn on our codes, divine codes, to turn on our access to light, power, protection, healing. And it starts with a simple tool of wood and a crystal called a life activation to help us get started on turning on our DNA, internal DNA, so we can feel more connected and more clear about our inner guidance. And then we can step on that path of knowing our divine nature and access more divine power. Become a healer, become a warrior. There is a balance there. And that's what King Solomon developed for us. But it was under his protection, and the written record started then, but the oral records go way, way back. And it's available to the public because that's what's needed to help our collective consciousness right here and right now. Are you feeling that this world is changing? Are you buying into the surface scary stuff? I hope not, because so much good is happening everywhere, not just behind the curtain. I mean, yeah, there's stuff happening there too, but the signs or symbols or the language of light is everywhere. It starts with a smile, or an authentic hug, or a good wish, or a prayer for someone's good fortune. Resisting judgment, resisting opinions, because they might not be of the light. Allowing inspiration to flow through us, hope, the good stuff. There is something not just ancient, but very pure. Do you like shapes or symbols? Do you like work with anything? What does a pyramid feel like? What about a sphere? What the patterns, some are happy patterns and some are like, whoa. That's language. And one of the purest languages that we have is the language of sacred geometry. And it just so happens that sacred geometry is the language of creation. Creation. And this lineage helped me experience sacred geometry. Not just read about it, not just hear about it, but actually embody it. Understand what round things are in me, understand what squares are in me, understand what triangles are with me and what they're doing, what they're connecting me to, and why. I mean, I love English. Airhead because we're blonde. What does that make me? Kidding. Air element is actually our mind, but it's in a triangle, which is fire. And they work with each other. Alchemy, elemental magic. And this lineage understands how they work together and has technology to help us turn on our codes. Me turning me on, as in energetically speaking, as in I turn my key to work with fire, to work with air, to work with water, to work with the rock. I'm floating in cosmos, spinning, woohoo! Or, oh, poor me, I'm a stock. Stock? There is no such thing. Everything has frequency and vibration. Oh, it's so dark. Dark matter, yum, the full potential. What do you mean dark? Which dark? The stupid dark or the wise dark? Wisdom versus silly. My attention is a choice. Energy wants to flow. Where do I make it go? So I invite you to do another exercise with me. Okay? Again, relax, sit up. Take a breath in. If you feel comfortable, close your eyes. Focus on your breath. And as you breathe in through your nose, out through your mouth, connect to your energy field and your chakras. Allow that breath to flow through this tunnel of light where your spine is, connecting the main chakras. Allow the breath to help you flow light up to heaven and down from heaven, down through your core into earth. and up from earth through your core, out into heaven. Down from heaven, through your core into earth. And as you do, your central core opens up, clearing any stagnant energy, allowing the flow up and down to be more comfortable. Now, with your mind's eye, look up and notice there is a pyramid above your crown. And as you focus on that pyramid descends down on you, and you find yourself floating in the middle of a pyramid, feeling safe and comfortable. Now experience this pyramid with your 5 senses. What do you see? What do you hear? Is there a smell? Do you taste anything in your mouth? How does it feel to be inside of this pyramid? As you explore the pyramid with your 5 senses, you look down and the floor of this pyramid opens and 4 walls extend down to form a cube. And you now move down into the cube, feeling safe and comfortable. Explore this pyramid with your 5 senses. Explore this cube with your 5 senses. What do you see or hear or smell or taste? How does it feel to be inside this cube? As you experience this cube with your 5 senses, you look down and you notice there is a sphere underneath the cube, which is underneath the pyramid. And now you descend down into that sphere. You find yourself floating in a sphere, feeling safe and comfortable. Explore the sphere with your 5 senses. What do you see or hear or smell or taste? How does it feel to be inside of this sphere? And as you explore this sphere with your 5 senses, you look up and notice the top of the sphere opens, the floor and the top of the cube opens, and the pyramid opens like a flower blooming. And you find yourself moving out of the sphere, through the cube, in and out of the pyramid, into the light. You now find yourself in the light. It is beautiful, safe, filled with love and beauty. See and feel the light. This is who you are. This is who you are. When you feel complete, come back to your body. Come back to this room. Focus on your breath and open your eyes when ready. How do you feel? More at peace? Are you back? Because I think we need to make room for the next speaker, but it was a joy to work with you. I appreciate a chance not to just share, but witness the softening that happened. So we're all light workers, light bringers, light sharers. Enjoy the language. Enjoy the beauty. Enjoy the power of the light in your life, in sharing it, and in connecting to it, to fill up, to heal, and bring that fulfillment into your life. Because we're here with some mission, some version of our amazing divine nature. Thank you. Enjoy the exercises. I am. Did I even introduce myself? Wow. Polish name Lucyna, nickname Ula Pasternak, Culture of Light Center. I am in Collegeville and represent the Modern Mystery School, global school, that shares the keys to magic, magic with a key at the end, which mean the codes get turned on. our codes, but with someone that has authority to bring in the power with full integrity and honor. I am tested every year. Thank you. God bless. You are God. Share your God. I am in Collegeville.
Test, test, 1, 2. Test, test, 1, 2. Test, test, 1, 2. It's a nice sound system. Ooh.
Hey, you get out of the speaker's way. You guys got minutes.
I think he can do whatever he wants.
So we put the experts here and your story. And it was really well received. And we actually did this stage during the half hour so minus 20 minutes. We were 20 minutes. Which leads us to very long. It's very cinematic. I'm sorry. Great, nice to meet you. All right, well, let me start.
No, we have a YouTube audience, so you're a good company. They're just gonna let me know when I'm gonna start. I'm good? Alrighty. Well, hello. Welcome everyone, in person and online. My name is Tanya. I'm founder of The Peace We Crave. And today I'm going to be talking about emotional sobriety, clearing the energy behind the emotion. Welcome, welcome. Yay. Hi. Perfect. I talk loud anyway. So I am Tanya. Nice to meet you. Yep, you're in the right place. All right, I'll give it another minute. Come on. Yay. All right, I'll start again. Hello, everyone. My name is Tanya. I'm the founder of The Peace We Crave, and this talk is about emotional sobriety, clearing the energy behind the emotion. So a little bit about me. I'm from New Jersey, born, raised, never left, but I'm here in Pennsylvania today. And that's the traditional lands of the Lenape people. I like to do land acknowledgements. Okay. I have over 12 years of continuous sobriety. I celebrate 12 years in August. And thank you. And my drug of choice was alcohol. But I'm also in recovery from a plethora of other things. Anxiety, trauma, PTSD. There's also some chronic pain in there, some people pleasing, some perfectionism, little workaholism too, and also domestic violence. So I like to acknowledge all of those items because that tells a lot about, at least to me, why I used a substance. But today I'm an energy healer, a meditation instructor. I'm also a certified holistic recovery coach. And I also facilitate some groups and treatment centers and things like that. So it's my little pleasure thing I do today. So I'll tell a little bit about my story. So again, born and raised in New Jersey, never left. So if you can't understand me, that's why. And I don't recall my first drink. And I say that because there is a photo of me as a 4-month-old baby. My father is holding me in his arms. There's a bottle. He's holding a bottle like this. And there's a little bit of beer in it. And I was told that I drank it. And I was told that I liked it. So don't recall my first drink, but there you go. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, so then I graduated from that to those, remember those sherry glasses, right? So I'm like 2-3 years old at holidays waiting for the little sherry glass of wine for me because, ooh, that's my glass. And then as I got older, it got bigger and bigger and bigger. And then I recall my very first experience of being drunk was, again, with my father. He decided that he wanted me to experience what it was like to be drunk under his roof, under his supervision, so it's okay. I was 12 at the time. And that's back when they had these those wine subscription clubs or whatever, like you could get boxes of wine to your house. So he was doing that, of course. And I was told, I think I recall I drank at least 2 bottles, I think, by myself. I think he had the half of the other one. And I remember walking up the stairs to my bedroom feeling really amazing. And I'm spinning and I'm passing out and I hear my mother screaming at my father, "What'd you do to her?" But I was happy because that was the first time all the stuff in my head stopped. And I finally felt like I was okay for a minute. Because leading up to that, I had a lot of bullying in my life, a lot of not supportive people around, a lot of other emotional things that were going on as well. And, but that was the first time I could actually stop everything. And then I did mention domestic violence. I was in a very bad relationship from the age of 17 to the age of 19. Didn't know that a man wasn't supposed to treat you like that, and I will just leave it at that. Won't get into any details. However, his older brother would buy us bottles of vodka. So I would sit there and chug from the bottle, right? In order not to feel what was happening. I'll leave it at that. So I learned that if I didn't want to feel anything, I would drink. That's what I learned. And then I went into college, and forget it. You let me loose on a college campus, forget about it. Like, it was like, I'm a Dean's List kid, right? I do good in school. I was not doing good in school the first semester. I almost failed out. And that's not me. So I had to make a choice. So I decided to control my drinking instead of stopping. I should have stopped. I had a schedule. It was very detailed. A lot of times and places and things. And it was just not, it's just, thinking about it just makes me crazy to think about it, because it was so chaotic. And it wasn't until, well, I did end up getting married in this time. After college, married a wonderful man who I'm still married to today. We just celebrated 20 years of marriage as well. So, yep. So, thank you. So there are good things here. But you know, he knew how I drank, and he doesn't drink like me. So, I got my first ultimatum, I think 2 years into the marriage. He lasted that long before he told me, you got to do something about this. So I went to a therapist. I was like, I'll go to therapy. The therapist told me I was not an alcoholic because I did not drink every day. Okay. So that was my green light to keep going, right? Keep going. And it wasn't until 2013, because I just celebrated 12 years in August. It wasn't until 2013 that I actually stopped. Many things happened in between that time I just mentioned, but I'll keep it short and just say that I was down the shore, the Jersey Shore. Actually, I went to the bar where Snooki was. If you ever watched Jersey Shore, I saw her bar stool that night. Very fitting. And I remember leaving the house and seeing that stool, I guess. And then the rest of it was a blur. I woke up in a hospital. I had a blood alcohol content of 0.330. And the doctor looked at me and she said, you should be dead. But she didn't know how much I was drinking, before that. My tolerance was pretty high. And I had an experience where I feel like something told me, I brought you back for a reason. There's a reason you're not dead. And I know today that is what some people call in 12-step recovery or higher power. I consider it just to be energy and universe now, and whatever else. It doesn't really matter what it's called. But I knew I had to do something, and I knew I had to, I just knew I had to help people. I didn't know what it meant. I didn't know how. I just was like, I don't know, I have to do this thing. So I start going to 12-step program. I start doing steps. I start doing all those things everyone tells me to do. And then I develop a chronic pain condition. So I develop a chronic pain condition where from here to here, burning, horrible pain, numbness, can't hold anything, can't hold a phone, can't hold a drink, can't drive, nothing, right? So I'm just down and out. I'm like, what am I doing? Ugh. So through many, many avenues, I ended up ditching the medical model because everyone told me they didn't know what was wrong with me. And I ended up finding energy healing. Energy healing. I also found a shaman who told me some other things I needed to do. And it was when I was in that state of this, and also in the very early parts of my recovery from alcohol, that's when I knew I needed to work on my emotional sobriety. So that's why this comes up today, because emotional sobriety is something that I heard about. I didn't know what it was until I actually was on my knees again at another quote unquote bottom, as people like to say, where I just didn't know what to do and where to turn. And I didn't want to turn back to where I had been before, because I knew where that got me. I'd be not talking to y'all right now. So I decided to look at all that stuff. And for anybody who understands like what addiction is like and what all these other things are like, it is the reason I drank is because I didn't want to look at that stuff. I didn't want to deal with that stuff. I wanted to blot everything out. So now I had to look at it. And that was really hard. But it was really important that I found the people in my life, the healers, and all the other people that taught me all the things that they taught me to get me where I'm at today. So emotional sobriety is actually a term that was coined by Bill Wilson, who co-founded Alcoholics Anonymous, and it refers to emotional sobriety as going beyond mere abstinence from alcohol. Emotional sobriety begins to cultivate in the person what he describes as real maturity and balance in our relation with ourselves, with our fellows, and with higher power. Also, the ability to live serenely and effectively, which I was not living serenely or effectively at all, if I can't use my hands, right? So that started to become my forefront. What am I going to do for my emotional sobriety every day? Because as much as it was important for me to not have the substance, not have the bad relationship, right? Not have the pain, all the other things, the anxiety, all that stuff. Like I needed to work on my emotional world. And I didn't realize that. Didn't know what I didn't know until I knew. So alcohol had affected me in many, many different ways. For those of you who know anything about alcohol use disorder, it affected me physically in the way that I was tired all the time. I had very low energy, generally just crappy feelings, right? Hangovers and all that stuff, cravings and things like that. And mentally, I was just scattered and all over the place. But emotionally, even when I stopped using the substance, I was constantly up and down. I was all over the place. I didn't know how to call certain emotions. Like I didn't have words. People would ask me how I was, and I'm like, well, I guess I'm okay. They're like, no, how are you? I'm like, I don't really know. I have no language here. And I was very, very angry person, believe it or not. And I just hated everybody and everything. And that's one of the reasons why I used alcohol. Also spiritually, there was just nothing there. So this emotional sobriety became really, really, really important. And I don't really recall when I first heard it. And I probably first heard it, who knows when, but the first time it sunk in, that's when I was like, oh, I got to look at this thing, right? So again, that energy healing piece, that became really important. I started studying the chakras, right? People are familiar with that, and all the different things associated with the chakras. And I have this lovely friend who has this beautiful program where she talks about the chakras and the 12 steps and how they all integrate and align. And I was like, mind blown over here. Wow, this is what I need. This is the stuff I need to work on. And it was the practitioners that helped me with that. It was also, I ended up becoming a Reiki master, so I could also do some healing on myself. That was really, really important. And then I was like, oh my gosh, if I need this, who the hell else needs this? Like everybody needs this. Like, heck, I'm sitting in my recovery groups and I'm like, everybody needs this. What are you guys doing? So, a lot of them knew what I was doing and they were like, yeah, okay, whatever, sure. But they also talk about the issues being in our tissues. And that is something that also was really, really, really important for me to understand and important for me to know that when I am not in tune with how I'm feeling and I'm just trying to block everything out, I will push stuff down so bad in my body that, again, I can't move my hands. I want to reach for a drink. I want to work too much. I want a codependency over there. I want this, like all this stuff to block out what I'm feeling. And I didn't realize how deep and it actually went in me to the point where like this thing happened. So the emotional sobriety piece was just, oh my gosh. It was like, it just became, so I almost became obsessed with it. Like I was obsessed with drinking. I got a little obsessive. I'm not gonna lie. But I did scale it back a little bit. So now I'm doing pretty good. And the energy healing really helped me too with the stress and anxiety and depression. Also some of the somatic and journaling work I was doing as well really, really helped me a lot. And I also started looking at myself physically. So a lot of times when a lot of us put down alcohol, we like sugar. So there's a lot of sugar, right? And I'm like, oh, okay. So I just started to look at that and how that was also physically affecting me. And when I started to look at all of those things, and I also started working with a really good trauma therapist, that's when things really started to work. So all these practices that I bring into my practice of the peace you crave has to do with balancing the emotions, mentally, physically, spiritually, and also all these other underlying things that, because somebody told me 9 out of 10 people in addiction recovery have some form of trauma. So this stuff has to be looked at. It has to be unearthed, and it has to be done in a way that's safe and with a professional, not me, right? I have a list of professionals I can send people to. And I just want to help people in the way all these things help me, because all these practices I do today, my healing, my journaling work, my somatic, my breath work, my meditation, all the stuff that I do helps me to keep my emotional sobriety in check today. Now, am I perfect? I wish. I wish. But I'm much more, a friend of mine talks about a pendulum, right? And I don't want to be too far this way or too far that way. I want to kind of be in the middle. And also the emotional roller coaster, people kind of want it to be like a little wave, maybe a sine wave, right? I don't want to be all over the place, because when my emotional world is all over the place, I know exactly what happens. And I will reach for a cookie, I will reach for a drink, I will reach for all those things I talked about before to not feel that stuff. So that's all I have. Do we entertain questions? Back there? No? Did we take questions? Okay. All right, great. We have a few minutes for questions. My father? He's one of those ones that can take it or leave it, and he's just not around it anymore, and it's not a problem for him. He's not around it anymore, so it's just not a problem for him. Yes. Mm-hmm. Nope, we don't talk about those things. That happened in the past. Mm-hmm.
And your mom wasn't able to, she just watched that happen.
Mm-hmm.
How frustrating for her.
Mm-hmm.
What does she say about it?
It happened in the past. We don't talk about that.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about your parents?
I love my parents, and they did the best they could to raise me. Yeah, they have a lot of issues of their own.
May I dare ask, was there any sexual stuff involved with your dad?
No. That was the ex. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. My younger sister does not drink. She thinks alcohol is gross.
Did you do the same to her? Treat her to drinks?
No.
I wonder why you.
I'm special. I'm also the oldest. Yeah. Yes, somebody in the back. Yes. Sorry, I don't know names, so I'm just going to point.
So I actually was interested in your talk because I work as a support group facilitator at an addiction recovery center, and I do recovery dharma, which is very in line with what you're talking about. Have you ever done that, or do you have any thoughts on maybe somebody in my position that wants to expand in this field more, or I would like to just do more,
Yeah, all the things, right? I love recovery dharma. I love refuge. I love 12-step. There's also She Recovers I go to. Like, there's so many different recovery groups. I love all of them. What is the other one? Smart. There's Smart Recovery. All that. Like, whatever you need to do. Right?
I'm not struggling with addiction.
Right. Whatever they need to do.
But yeah, I always want to be in a position to guide other people, and I mean, I still will attend things just because like there's so many forms of addiction, like
Mhm.
beyond just drugs and alcohol.
Mhm.
Like there's, like you said, sugar and food and all these different things. And so, but I mean, I guess what I've been thinking about is like expanding beyond like the groups that are already created and like doing like, so I'm just curious because you seem like you're doing your own thing, you know?
Mhm.
Like, do you just like, how did you like market that? Is it just like, do you mostly do it online or is it like in person or?
I bring classes in the treatment centers, sober living homes. I do things online. I do things in private. I just try to bring all the stuff that worked for me to my people. And it's hard to do that. It's very hard, as you probably know.
So just all like from your personal experience, but you didn't like take anything from anywhere except for it from in here, basically.
Well, I mean, I have all the trainings and things that I learned, but yeah. Mhm.
Okay, because it's just something that like I said, I'm trying to like continue to do different offerings and things like that.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Thank you for the work you do, by the way.
Oh,
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Can I go? I'm sorry. Can I take more questions? We out of time? We're good? Okay. All right. Yeah.
Just to piggyback on, you know, like I said, I'm sober 8 years, and I learned about amethyst, and there is aromatherapy that is, you know, geared towards sobriety, helping sobriety as well. And you know, I have the problem now with sugar. Instead,
Yep.
and like I never ate candy like I eat candy now.
Yep.
And I'm like I'm like I started gaining weight. I'm like how have you like and I know it's all like a balancing thing. I try to meditate, but do you have any suggestions on how to attack the sugar cravings or what is what effectively for you?
So alcohol is all sugar, right? So when we get off the alcohol, yeah, we just go to the sugar typically. The same thing. I did the same stuff that I did for the alcohol. I did for the sugar, and I do for this and I do for that. All the same stuff. Yeah. I mean, do a 4-step on your sugar addiction. Yeah. Like, you know.
I dare say that it's even harder to cut out sugar sometimes than alcohol. But I can cut out the alcohol, but the sugar feels even harder.
Yeah.
I know that sounds crazy to say.
No, it affects the brain the same way. I mean, it lights up the same thing as cocaine. Like it just, you know, it's very challenging. Yes. I can agree with that. Yeah. 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 Sure. Yeah.
All the holidays.
Yeah, I found that if I had a blood rate, I put water in it, there's some vegetables, I ended up with thin, not a big smoothie. Then add supplements, energy, and collagen for joints and bone powder for the bones. And I took that and drink it, sip it, put a straw in all day, I sip it. Well, just because I'm shifting my food and nutrients in my body, and oh, it tastes so good, I stopped that craving for running out for spring ice cream. Substituting something healthy for your body, like yes, and then like
You get like dopamine feeling too. Like yeah, good pleasure.
yeah, it takes the shift in the eating pattern to cut out that. I'm sure I'll have a chocolate something, but not like as a once or twice a month on my birthday day.
Yeah.
I'll treat myself to friendlies, root beer, with peanut butter.
Yeah.
But the other days, I'm like, really drive by the friendlies ice cream place and have that coffee.
Yeah.
And I'll say too, it's also, you know, that underlying stuff that caused me to drink. I would also, that's the same thing that would cause me to put the cookie in my mouth, right? Like I had to look at all that underlying stuff as well.
Do you have a good nutritional plan?
No, I'm working on that. Yeah, working on that. It really is. Yeah. Well, thank you everybody for your questions. I really appreciate you coming and listening. And hi everybody online. I hope you got a lot out of that. And thank you very much.
Thank you all for being here and for being a part today. And hopefully we'll see you tomorrow also. Is the mic still? Oh, there we go. All right. Well, this is for all our online viewers. Well, for everyone here, thank you so much for being here. Hopefully, we'll see you tomorrow. For all our online viewers, thank you for watching. And this was recorded live today. It'll also be on the YouTube channel as well. Awaken's YouTube channel, youtube.com/awakenche, and we'll be streaming all day tomorrow as well. So thank you everyone online for joining us, and you can join us again tomorrow as well with the same link that you used today. So thank you all and have a wonderful evening.